I'm good. So of course, people of chat. Mic check. 1, 2. Two Legit City on mic. We are back. All the Geysers run. We are in. We are in. So we are on the second planet. Spawn's not really up. We don't really have a rush. We're just getting our natty gas set up first. And we are going to be setting up the natty gas pump so we could run it all day and then have that feed into our power spine that we're going to have on the second planet. We're very likely just going to be doing some reservoirs on the top of the map. That way, you know, we have it in a vacuum, let it handle its business, and we'll be all right. And then afterwards, we're going to be tackling in, redoing the map slightly. We got to do the water geyser. We have polluted oxygen in here, as we should, because we're going to have pea water. We're going to have to move out. Pea water is going to get moved into this floor or this floor. And then we will have our gas reses here. Those gas reses are just typically going to be for holding the gas here. This is active, dormancy in 7 cycles. That would actually suck. I mean, I don't know if we could probably store it. Alright, we're just going to store the natty gas. We're not going to feed it in yet. That way we'll get a little bit of gas. Be able to run it in. We have some straggling gas too, but that's fine. Okay. All the batteries. It's time, boys. Rocket requires space for an engine. Wait, there's a max on this? Wait, there's a max on this? Whoa, wait, what? I didn't know there's a max battery limit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, I've never hit that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'd never hit the max limit. Wow. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dude, there's a max battery limit. And it says something about needing space for the rocket? Whoa, dude. I didn't know this was a thing. Rocket requires space for an engine. I'm so confused. So it looks like 30 tiles the limit. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. All right, there's kind of an easy solution for this. You just build another platform. It's kind of jank, but I need to have the battery hit the top. They don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. We'll do this. The doubled up setup. There is something about that I'm kind of curious about. See if it works. All right, so this is running. There's no power on this stuff. Oh, this is just naturally cold from the pea water from here, I guess. The ice, frozen pea ice. That has to be why, right? I mean, it is what it is. A lot of the hot gases coming in, soaking up the heat and leaving, which is all fine. Everything seems pretty good. No room here, so we don't need to do the tinker stuff. And then we got our suit area. We're gonna be doing our rooms right now. All right, so how do I want to deal with this? I am gonna want 8 dupes, probably. That's probably gonna be our sweet spot. We could probably go for more because we do have the food production for it. What's going on, Naps? Welcome in. How we doing? We just finished the cross. Took a little bit of time, but we all right. Otherwise, we're in the Onis again. You know how it is with the Onis. We just hit a rocket limit. So max rocket size is 30 tiles with the engine. I believe that is like petroleum or hydrogen. So we gotta build a new platform. It's gonna be kind of jank. Starvation. Oh, you're not allowed to eat the pemmican. Yeah, that's all we have here. Go eat, pay. So right now I am thinking about how we want to kind of set up the base here, because this would be time to do that. Another rocket engine limit. Let's go. I need to see how this plays out, because if I remove the platform, I believe this falls down 2 tiles. If it doesn't, we might want to remove the top battery, move the platform down, and then it stays here, and then we just build another one and it connects. I want to see if we could actually do some jank like that. All right, so the thing is I kind of want to make a base. I want to kind of do a internal base where we kind of have all the living stuff we want inside. Keep the inside clean. And then have that be how we kind of handle this. So we know this is going to be Geyser, probably have that go left side. And then outside of that, we don't really have a lot of space that we need to kind of keep free. Everything kind of just works. So I need to figure out where we want to sweep everything. We probably want to sweep it outside. So we're going to need suits. I probably want to separate left side, right side suits. That probably would be the best. That way we don't need to be suits while we're living inside. And then once we get that kind of situated, we could set up our perimeter and then have the inside-outside differential, so that we have an easier time doing like specific area temperature control. Now, yeah, there's really nothing that's like stopping us. If we put doors here, lip door, 108 tile. That's pretty big. Yeah, the nat gas is venting the space. It's tough, man. We're gonna seal that up soon. One day we will. But that was not me. That was the meteors. So we stopped the meteors. We will eventually utilize that and start using the gas. All right, moment of truth. These are battery stack. We gotta remove this. I want to see what happens, man. Because what should happen is the battery should readjust and everything goes down 2 tiles. That did not happen. Okay. What if I do this? And then we put this here. Or the way for someone to go all the way around. Alright, we'll get that done. So I will want to sweep everything and kind of think about how we want to do the living space here. So our toilets are here. Our food's going to be here. So I feel like it makes sense that our eating area is going to be here. So we should be living around this. Which isn't bad. All right. So what we could probably do is open up these guys. Free my mans over there. We could already go down here. And then we're gonna move all the Sweetles somewhere. Just not at the bottom. We're gonna have to move them. Okay. Relocate the Sweetle. We need to get ranchers. Okay. Who here could do some ranching? Oh, it's gonna be this Hassan guy. He's in. Let's go. What's going on, Andy? Welcome in. I see you over there, man. How are you? How are you? I probably bought this. We need to free the Sweetles, but we don't want them walking back down because they're gonna get drowned. Hey, we got it in. Let's go. Always lucky, boys. Alright, this is generating brine. Moving out all the Sweetle babies. There's one here too. And then we're gonna dump the water here probably, because we need to move out the water somehow. Or at least get that started. We could try to make some oxygen right now. We do have a little bit of natty gas. Alright. I don't want to get this finished then, so that we could start getting some power. Even though it would be mad jank. Let's do omelet. We don't really need food. Base at home is pretty chilling. Magma's dormant, so we're good here. No power. Everything's looking pretty good. We just need to consume more of the salt water and the regular water. I probably do want this closer to like 18. This is at 15. And then we have the steel here that we're still sweeping out. Alright, let's move out a ton. Batteries are looking good. Alright, do they allow me to do this? Is what I'm really curious about. Or do I crash the game? So I could build a battery here. This is the Sputnik. This is the Saturn. And this is going to be the Adios. This is going to be so jank. I didn't see how this plays out, man. I really do. Move this guy. Move that guy. Okay. So they're different rockets. That's so jank. We remove this rocket platform. And then we could add the battery on top. Oh my god. Okay, so we have to do the same thing here. Okay. So there's a battery limit of how many you could build with a normal build command. So I wanted to stack everything. That way, we just plug everything in next to itself. So we circumvented by just stacking platforms. Because I want to reach that without having to just have a random line coming down. Alright, we will need this ladder, so we might as well get it built. That's so jank. Alright, moving the Sweetles up. These two, this guy. We're having them on this layer so that, they're taken care of. Rocket too tall? Yeah, man. Big rocket problems, We got the big rocket problems. I have this book that goes How to Live with a Big Rocket. Really do be like that sometimes. What's going on, geek? I see you over there. Whoa, you can't build on top of a ladder. That's illegal. Right? Am I crazy? Wait, hold up. You could just build a ladder behind the rocket module? I thought they didn't allow that. I'm so confused. Alright, we'll allow it. We'll allow it. Order dependent for the rocket modules. I feel like it might have been because I lagged. You know how you can build blueprints of buildings to build on top of itself? I'm thinking that might have been what happened. Oh, they're stuck. No. Not like this. Oh my god. I removed the platform, which was a 2-tile setup. Now Pei and Josh were just hanging out, man. They get to know each other. Chilling by the batteries. Not like this, boys. They're gonna run out of oxygen. Can we get this supplied? Yeah, they're hungry, man. Hey, hold up, man. Can we get this done? Where are you guys at? Dude, you built the battery, but not the ladder? What a travesty. Hey, there we go. Save yourselves. Alright, we're in, boys. Alright, now the ultimate test. So what I wanted to see here was this. If I connect this and we get natty gas coming out, and this connects to the top, in theory, because all of these modules are the same rocket, the entire line of batteries gets powered. Problem with that is, do the other resulting batteries get it as well? Oh, it's not even connected. Okay, so there are points here because it's a different battery where we have to do a jank setup. All right, so yeah, we should be fine. It is the entire tower that gets power distribution without the wire, but the in-between rockets don't count. So we're gonna have to have these weird little power lines like that in order to have the battery power be evenly distributed. We will also need to run a gas line out for the CO2. Okay, that goes down. Then it's to here. So this is the Sputnik. All right, and then we do that. This is a standalone rocket. This single battery. So jank. Okay. And with that, our tower of power is in. Is it better to use Meteor Blaster or the Auto Drill bunker setup to protect my rocket platforms? If you have Metal Volcano, so you're able to sacrifice a little bit of refined metal for the Meteor Blaster, it's technically a lot easier to set up because some of the meteors have this problem where I don't have any of the specific meteors, right? Some of the meteors don't have collapsible material. So what I mean is typically when you get a meteor, it's regolith, right? And then regolith has the gravity feature where it falls down. That would be, you know, sometimes a problem if they start clumping up and then it's like they're out of range. So technically, meteor blasters would be better because they would shoot it down before it would spawn those clumps. But of course, the meteor blaster problem is a little bit different. You do get a little bit of the material you use to get the ammo, the blast shot, from shooting it, but you have to be able to pick it up from the top of space. And that's kind of annoying. To make that automated kind of sucks. But yeah, another thing is that the big thing is, Geek brings up a good point. I believe it still deletes the resource. So if you get hit by a meteor, that gold meteor resource doesn't spawn. It's easier with Flytos. I would imagine they have a chance of melting. You're working in a space vacuum. The meteors easily get hot enough. All right, so we could easily run a heavy watt from this and get some transformers and then feed the AQs. That's nice. And then we'll just need one for the up top. So we will just have our ladder set up. This is 0 decor penalty. That's so nice. That's actually so nice. All right, we're gonna start digging this. It is, but I have to have these little bandage battery wires. The stack of tower distributes power. However, the different rockets, you can see the Saturn and the Adios and the Sputnik, have to have a wire between them. Thank you. I don't have local metal volcano, so it can't be used for blast shot. So yeah, at that point, it's kind of like if you're playing classic size, you might be able to get away with it because you just have that much resource in general. Or that means you have to fly to the planet with the metal added. So I believe most of the time you do get the like a natural planet that has metal volcanoes on it. You might just have to visit, man. All right, so these do decay, unfortunately. Yo, Ghosty coming in with the raid. Shout out to you, man. Did I spell that right? That is an O. We're in, boys. First try. Welcome in, welcome in. How was the stream? I'll see you guys over there. Talk to us about the stream. What'd you guys get done today? And hopefully the dupes were doing well. You could have 3 columns of batteries, the whole map high. Dude, 16, man. This is a shorter map, though. Right? Second planet. No, I saw the numbers tick down. Right? You can see the numbers tick down here. Pretty evenly. So I want to assume it's decay. I might be wrong. Good evening. Working on my now 8th attempt to get to Portal Terror achievement. Oh, man. Are you doing that base game or it's spaced out? There's a big difference, technically. They do not heat. No. That's the one property from the batteries that carries over. They do not generate heat. They're all different temperatures, basically on the build material. We gotta hydrate. I gotta pour my coffee a little more. But yeah, I see you over there, Ghosty. Appreciate for the raid. There is a big difference though between base game or spaced out with the rocketry change. But yeah, man, the Portal Terror. That's the final frontier. No DLCs. Using some of the YouTube. Hey, man, appreciate you. If you need some help after you get done taking care of whatever it is you got to do, ask away, man. I could give some advice if you're looking for it. But yo, man, appreciate you. Thanks for watching the videos. Let me know if you need any help. But yeah, man, take care of stuff. Take care of the post stream, whatever it is you gotta take care of. Handle the business. We'll be here for a while. But yo, man, thank you so much for the raid once again. You guys coming in with a Ghosty Gaming raid. My name is Too Legit. Doing some owning right now. We're doing a challenge run where we have to tame every geyser and then also utilize the resource and consume it. So that means if I do gold volcano taming, we cool it and pull out the gold, and then we feed it to the slugs because we have to consume the gold, right? That's the logic. So we have to take it a step further. We have polluted water. We have to not feed that to the spawn. That's what the salt water is for. This feeds into the bog buckets. So we actually have to get a bunch of liquid reservoirs so that we could buffer the dormant period and keep these fed. And for the most part, the only limits we set for ourselves is no rocket launching. We could build rockets, but we can't launch it. And no infinite storage for the geyser itself directly. So something like the Hydra, the submerged setup, we would allow that. But the geysers themselves cannot have the resource become like put into an infinite storage, because we want to be able to consume more than it generates. So the biggest one is the volcanoes. There's a dozen volcanoes, right? Just on the map. Y'all can probably see. So what we do is we get a bunch of stone hatches. There's no brushing here. We just have them feed. So they're literally just hanging out. And then we have our hatches here. That's increasing our number. Now that might seem like that's not a lot. We have like a few hundred hatches on this single tile. Because we have so many volcanoes, I actually didn't want to cool the igneous, so we let them eat hot igneous that's 1400 degrees Celsius directly. This is not active right now, though. The 3 volcanoes. I would have showed you guys. Basically, we solidify the magma here. And then it pops out, and then they eat it directly, and they're in a vacuum. So you could see that the conveyor chute behind it's hot, but the hatches aren't. And then they're gonna eat the food without dying. It's kind of nice. I'm at a point where I have to do it solo. Had a lot of folks backseating, but I got over 400 cycles last attempt. 3 failed, project killed the base. Still struggling with steam turbines, but this time I have a zillion sunbugs ranched up. Pokeshells eating pea dirt for 2 steeps. One fed very over-engineered infinite toilet. Very proud of. And the other one fed by cool slush, feeding a giant granite pipe weaved through my base. Oh man, cool slush is a good natural cooling source. It really is. Even in my playthrough right now, I am running the cool slush water over my spawn. And I opt to do that instead of using the aqua tuner. It's still pretty good. As long as you get the balance right. That's all that matters. Gonna see if 12 sunbugs could work a solar panel. Ooh. I could tell you what the solar panel requirements are. There is a flat value you have to be able to produce over. Yeah, the lux requirements is 35,000. So the problem with that is you are going to be nowhere close. I will say that while the sunshine bug ranching is a option, the biggest problem in this game is lag from entities. So what that specifically means is pathfinding. So the biggest thing is these guys moving is going to generate lag because they have to calculate what tiles they can move to before they choose one. So it's like a lot of times, yeah, so you know about the flying critters, right? Yeah, so the problem with the flying critter is that we got the space puff. He's able to go all of space, generating all the lag across the universe. So it's like, it's in order to hit the number of like shine bugs, you got to do a setup like this where you have them sit on a tile so you could focus the shine bug energy. And then yeah, I have like 400 critters. I don't know how many of them are just hatches though, but yeah, for the most part. Oh, we just got igneous. Nice. So they just ate the hot igneous, teleported through, and then we get all the coal right here. It's not too bad anymore. I see you over there. I have been dealing with that in lots of my playthrough after cycle 200-ish. Even this run, cycle 100-ish, I'm starting to get laggy. 20, 24 sunbugs in the base, helping blossoms to save power. Oh, I see you. Yeah. Free light and decor is really helping. So in base game, shine bugs are cool. You want to be their friends. They're like fireflies. This game, they made it so that the shine bugs emanate radiation. So they would cause cancer, dude. Now, that's a meme, right? Because they emanate radiation. So they are actually disinfectants in this game. And the problem that we have is that once you stack so many shine bugs on a single tile, the amount of radiation they generate is enough to get dupes sick. Like, actually get them radiation sickness. But of course, that's you know, for the DLC. You don't need to worry about that. You want to breed. I will say, shine bug breeding is a very fast project. Hey, Matt. I got a Weezord in my kitchen to balance out the heat generated from the grills and stuff. The big thing is there are materials in the game. There's going to be a stat later on that you could look at called radiation absorption factor. So there's materials in the game that basically shield you from radiation more than other tiles. So this tile right here is a dirt tile, right? From the farm tile. The radiation beyond that is at 121. But then everywhere else is at 81, 65, 46. So the lead's pretty good. Lead walls, plastic is good too. There's basically going to be a category, like a new stat line. But there's going to be two things. Mass and then material type. When you build a tile, the mass is kind of predetermined by the material you use to build it. So if you have a thicker wall, it's going to block off more of the radiation. What ends up happening is natural tiles that go up to a couple thousand kilograms ends up being a lot better than building a lead tile just because of the mass difference. This is going to be 100. This dirt's at 1800. So even though it's not as good at 70% versus the 85 on lead, it makes it up by having a thicker tile. So it turns out to be a thing where it's like you got to balance it out. Lead tiles for if you're doing something that you have to man-made completely. But if you have an area you could kind of sacrifice and not dig through, using that could be pretty good. Right about the Rads DLC. You're gonna try to get it, but just poor right now. I see you, man. It'd be like that sometimes. All I will say is Spaced Out is probably... Spaced Out is probably going to be the DLC you want to get. The other ones are not that big of a deal. They're more like how do I say this? Spaced Out is a proper expansion to the game, and the other DLCs feel like DLCs. It's kind of like man, there's no real way to describe this. If this game did give me Fall vibes before, the Rads will finish it. Yo, man. You got the radiation. These bees, though, they harvest the radiation from the uranium. So, yeah, this is a DLC geode. Kind of. Not really. I guess you call it a biome. This is the uranium biome. And these bees will eat the uranium to make it enriched. Do we have these guys? So they will naturally mine out the area, and then they will be looking for uranium to dig. Once they do, they bring it back home, feed it, and then the hive actually processes it from regular uranium to the enriched stuff. And then you could actually run that on the reactor. There is a reactor. It's going to be fun stuff. But yeah, we're doing a combination of DLCs for this playthrough, so we might have a lot of weird stuff that you still won't see with Spaced Out. Like, we have these guys. Mammoths and dinosaurs, because we have the Dino DLC. This guy, the Fox, right here, the Phlox, comes from the Ice DLC, Frozen Planet Pack. This is the Dino Planet Pack. This is a lab map. Have you seen the lab category? When you first start a new colony, you have no sweat, your normal playthrough, and then lab. So this is a lab map. This is very unique in how they set it up. This is basically the dev-made challenge map, for lack of better words. Yeah, you had the Tilt Planet for the base game. Yep. This is another one that comes with another DLC. And I don't know, spoilers. This right here is a meteor. And you basically are in a scenario where you have to tank the hit. So it will collide and destroy part of the top of your map. And you have to prepare for it. You can't shoot it down in the lab scenario because it's gigantic. And it comes in hot, right? It used to be a lot hotter, but the water and the other tiles there evened it out a little bit. But yeah, this is a unique map in that regard. It's some of the scenarios are really cool. This is probably the coolest one because you get a cutscene and everything in the beginning. What is the icon below disconnect tool? Pliers? Change settings. So I got this because I got mad one day. A meteor came down and sniped all my ladders. You could still use your ladders while they're broken, but you have to make them not be auto repaired or else you burn the resource, right? Because in this game, whether or not the item slash building is destroyed, you could deconstruct it and then you get all the resource back and then you can just rebuild it. However, if you ever repair something, you're going to spend more resources to repair it, to regenerate the damaged health. However, you will never be able to get that back. So since the meteors kept sniping my normal ladders, I got mad because you have to click on them one by one and hit disable auto repair. And there's no copy settings for that. This is a mod that allows you to just run like a box over and disable build, disable auto repair. I don't use it that much anymore though. But it's basically gives you the feature of applying the settings on these buttons in mass. Yeah. I forget what it's called. The change settings mod. What's his name? Sergeant Amalis. He makes a lot of mods. Made this one as well. Yep. Countless clicks for the same auto repair, man. So yeah, that's what this mod is. Hey man, good eye. I will say this is lower right non-stop naps. This is my right side. I'm gonna be real, man. You said lower left. I was like, hold up, man. We got no buttons over there. That's the build button. Whoa. Why are we getting pea water here? Oh, the ice is melting. Yeah, it has to be melting ice. But yo, man. Ghosty, take care of business. If you need help, we'll be here. I'll try to take care of your folks for you. If you guys don't know Ghosty, sounds like they're doing a lot of Oni. And he probably will need the help. So not because he's bad at the game, but because this is oxygen unincluded, man. This game is weird sometimes. So, yo, man, check him out. Drop some help. And help my mans get through the tear. Get him to the cutscenes, man. That one, change settings tool. Thank you, Geek. And thank you for the knowledge. All right, so the natty gas is going to be dormant at 1.4. Okay. We know this works, so we're going to get this started. We're going to do a... Okay, my mouse wheel is not working. We're going to be getting some stuff done. We will be using granite. So we're going to be pulling a wire off of this. And then we got some easy setups here. I probably would want an airflow here just for airflow's sake. Maybe bop that tile. And they're probably going to get rid of this. I probably want 3 transformers here. So 1, 2, 3. Perfect. We'll use cobalt. It's what we have the most of. And then we will run the 3. That should be fine. So we're going to have extra one here. I will want probably right here. Probably makes the most sense. All right, let's make that granite. Speed this up. Make this airflow. Move this ladder. That's the ladder, not the pipe. We're going to redo the power line here slightly. right? So this is just gonna go straight this way, and then the second line go down. So we're gonna redo this line. Gonna cut that. Okay, we're gonna bob these. We're gonna have a generic line here. Oops. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Just like that. And then we're gonna feed that into this gas pump. So we will need a liquid pump here too. So I'm thinking this might just make sense to go down this way. And then we'll just plug it into the pump here. And then this will just be reservoir space. That makes a lot of sense. That way we don't have to worry about water accumulating. At the same time, I don't know if we want water to accumulate. Pump it right away. Because we do keep up, right? 8.4. But this is at 10. That's not bad. Run that. They can't reach that tile, which we could just do here. Okay, and then we need to bop these. Tile here, get rid of this ladder. And then we'll get rid of that one as well after we're done with that. Okay, so this is just going to be getting some power in. And then we get the AQ on. So once the AQ is on, we turn on spawn. Start getting some gas line distribution. We're going to have some power here to get the setup started. The other thing we'll probably want to do is setting up gas res space. Right? So we have... How many do we have here? We have 4 per geyser, and it's not enough. So we have a second natty gas. Are you guaranteed a volcano on the vanilla map? Base game or spaced out? Base game, nothing's guaranteed. Base game, no spaced out DLC. All geysers are true random, which is the one thing that I kind of miss. True random. Do you need the out of steel? Yeah, they are. Well, not the sensor, just the pump. Sensor doesn't overheat. The wires need to melt. And it's really just the pump itself. So 50 steel. It's not bad. You can get that from deconning one of the story trait doors. This building has a door here made out of steel. And you get 100. That's 2 pumps, baby. Speedrun strats. Don't even have to make it. It's there, it's there. You actually get that from the Somnium as well, as a steel door. Alright. So that's done. We could bop this. Once we get rid of that, we do the other stuff. This aqua tuner on the right does not need to be on yet. We will just have this one on for now. Ooh, this is not good. Let's go with 20 degrees. Starting to use the power here now. Oh. I don't have a CO2 dump. So these are jammed. We actually don't have power. That is not good. Oh no, bro. So I think we send the CO2 back home. As crazy as that might sound. And I think that means we run this way. We do a weird setup here, probably. Run the ceiling on top. And then we do have this weird satellite. People of chat, I might be showing my age. Do y'all remember back when we had the old school brick cell phones? They were like the size of a Stanley Cup. It kind of sucks that y'all know what a Stanley Cup is, probably. But not what I'm talking about. Those huge ones. You got to pull the antenna out. And it was huge. So y'all know what I'm talking about, obviously. During that time period, was there something called the satellite for phone devices? Oh, y'all gonna get stuck. I sees it. Oh, didn't do the jump? They just fell? Let's go. I thought they were gonna jump on the bleach stone. It was in Miami Vice. Ah, okay, cool. Not crazy. Not crazy. I'm just kind of, sometimes you gotta verify, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Oh, I need some lead here. I can just do plastic around this. Alright, so this is a satellite. You can't really do anything about this. So we're just going to, you know, get all the loots, and then we're gonna entomb this. I wonder if we should try to vacuum it. But yeah, we gotta have some more gas flows. Alright, looks like we got to the temperature we want to be at. Pretty good. Let's start priming up the spawn. So we have water in the tank right here. 5 tons. Nothing's plugged in yet. Power-wise, same thing. And then if we get power from the steam turbine, it dumps into here. 9535 automation. Ooh. I almost forgot. I need an Atmos sensor here. Construction, let's get that done now. They are allowed in. These are capped. Boop, 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 boop. Look at the liquid levels. 100, 100, pretty good. And then it's still on a vacuum. The reason why was like I was listening some old school Eurobeat, and one of the lines was "Get the satellite, na 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 na, running in the 90s. This is the place where I wanna be." Old school song. I don't expect anyone to know it. But yeah, one of the lines is "Get the satellite." I was like, hold up, man. We used to use the satellite like it was the phone? I was like, yeah, I think I remember that, man. It was on, I forgot what show it was. We got an AETN. Keep the batteries cold. We don't really need to do that, though. Alright, so we need to move the natty gas. It needs a place to dump. We do a temp dump. I kind of want to move that across so we just send it back. Because we have CO2 consumers back at home that wouldn't mind the fresh gas. You know what we could do for now, though? Do some canister fillers. Run this across. Run this here. Insulate it to normal, because eventually we'll have it all insulated. And then we just have it in canisters that we use later. Take the brine, I guess. A lot of brine water. Okay. Let's do above 20,000. This is just to get the priming started. Now that we got the prime, we can lock the doors. Alright, so we want to empty out hydrogen because we want to pre-fill the bottom. Because that's where the gens are, right? So this is going to pre-fill. 1x speed, that's big. And then we want to have 1 electrolyzer plugged in. Plug in the waters. And then the big thing here is having just this electrolyzer running. So none of the pumps are going to run. We could actually have everything plugged in. And then we'll bop this one as well. Right? So this is going to allow us to turn on just this one pre-filled. Perfect. Once it's pre-filled, it's going to work every time. So from here, we're just charging this battery. Yo, man, you need to chill. Let the wheels do the work because they go round and round. Don't break the vac, man. All right, so we got the cooling on the oxygen. Let's move it into everything else. Let's have that connect. It's in. It's good. Have that connect. It's in. It's good. And last but not least, this one. And we're good. Good, 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 good. So the batteries, we're just going to fill it once with the wheel. Have you run directly to this. This is going to be not enough power, funny enough, if all 4 are running. That's 480, he's generating 400. Now the big thing is just making sure we have enough gas per tile of hydrogen before we let it run by itself. Okay, 200 per tile is pretty good. It's pretty good. Came back from that satellite conversation. Wireless ports at home would have the main base station that could have satellite stations to charge, then communicate with the main base so you don't have to run a phone line all the rooms of the house. That's what you were talking about. I thought it was something to do with like cell phones. But yeah, basically it was something to do with like phone communication. And the verbiage they use I thought was kind of weird, but at the end of the day, it made sense. My man is not feeling so good. Hanging out by the satellite. So right here, 13.5. Right here, 6.12. So we bopped it by 50%. We're going to put a second layer on this, of course. Just to make sure we on the safe side. This probably means getting into here might require like tube access or something. That would suck. Because otherwise, getting into this room is a bad time. You know what we could do? That'd be kind of funny. Make this a vacuum here. Dude, that's kind of weird though, because one of the things about this game is that the gases technically shield you from the radiation as well. I just want to add a second layer, and then potentially a third, and then just walk through the water lock area and get the ladder like right here. But I remember, I think cell phones were called satellites. Not cell phones, like a particular type of phone. That might have been what you were talking about, though. Hindu. That might be exactly it. Alright, this is powered now. We have that powered now. We're able to move out CO2. Nice. This is above 500. We don't even have a liquid pump yet, which is okay. Maybe for now, we should just do that. Okay. That way we can move out the water when we need to. Power is good. Spawn is good. Okay, run the wheel. Alright, so we're going to do this. 14, so we should have this plugged in now. Okay, so it's able to pull power from here, and then we're going to get hydrogen in the lines. We literally had satellites as phones, too. Maybe that's what it was. Alright, we're going to want to pre-fill the line. This is gonna start filling up full packets. All right, and then we're gonna chop that gas line in. Pretty good. All right, so then all the gens are on 95-35, separated line, good stuff. All right, so this is gonna be good. Spawn's ready. Now all we gotta do is move out the gas lines. Okay, we gotta let them in. It's fine, they have suits. Shouldn't really be too worried. Okay, we gotta get rid of these two. Should be good, should be good. I do think we might want to relocate the sieve. And I probably put a separated suit line for this area. It makes so much sense. It's going to be hard to really say no to that. I kind of like this ladder here, just not all the way down. What's going on, Cthulhu? I see you over there. Welcome in, welcome in. I guess we don't really need suits there. And I do want it here. So that's going to mean we have to go through from the left side. And then we're going to want maybe not a checkpoint. And so we do that here. 5 suits is probably really great. Start painting. Boo! You got to get a nice pink for that, man. Which version are you going to be doing? Bonnie. Oh, okay, we got it still. Nice. The fat Boo, of course. I was gonna say, man, Kid Boo might be kind of easy. I'm not gonna lie, couldn't you just dump the entire figurine in the pink paint and then just color over that afterwards? For like his pants and his like eyeballs. He's just entirely pink, man. My man's gonna print out the entire cast. I sees you over there. Alright, it's looking pretty good. We're getting our pea water from around the map, which we need to get rid of that and start having a water res for that. Pretty good, pretty good. So now we have oxygen. Great amounts. Nice. Now what we need to do is start distributing said oxygen. Shouldn't be too bad. I'll probably just do white primer and paint on top. It's Panther white. Ah, I see you. That makes sense too, I guess. Easier to paint on top of white color than anything else. That is a thing. That's a thing. I do believe. All right, so we will want the oxygen somewhere. We're going to be running this here. Oh, this is going to stick out. I guess that's fine. I do want to get that started, though. So this goes on this level. Let's see if we could do that. Get that dug out, get that dug out, get this dug out. Try to go through and go across. That means all this is going to fall down, and then we're going to want to do this as well. We could actually start digging here. This goes through. Someone's going to get stuck here, man. Let's keep that open just in case. All right, and then we're going to have to seal this up. Alright, good stuff, good stuff. Speed this up, we'll get some oxygen soon. Oh no, there's cobalt ore inside. Alright, man. I forgot to do a final sweep. Shame. Lucky for us that we have suits everywhere. It's literally just that one cobalt. It's fine, it's fine. We're gonna start wanting to pump this natty gas soon, which is why we want to do this. Since the spawn is ready, we can start using that for oxygen instead of what we're using from the first planet. Oh, no way. Everyone here is stuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can we get some help? My dupes. They've been caught in a bad situation. Free yourselves, boys. Oh, they're free. Let's go. What a bad situation. Alright, cool stuff, cool stuff. Can't believe they got stuck. Classic dupes. Dupes be duping, I guess. Alright, so I do want this set up. We're gonna put that in. We're gonna bop this line. We know that this is likely gonna go all the way up to here at least. There's gonna be no liquid lock for this. Instead, we're gonna have an isolated zone. Another liquid lock. So here's gonna be gas. That might mean that airflow here makes sense. Run the triple airflow for gas flow. Not bad. Let's open up this tile, that tile. Have our ladder spawn kind of work out. We're gonna move these suits so that we're not gonna have to wear it indoors. But you know, that's kind of gross right now. We got slime lung. We got slime lung. This is germ overlay, right? It's so little that you don't even see a germ on it in the germ overlay. What the heck? Hey, man. Where are we getting slime lung from? What in the world? How do we get slime lung? Oh, no way. From here? No way, dude. Yeah. Dude, it's so little, though, that I can't even see the germs on the freaking gas. Like, you could barely see a couple of dots. That's so jank. Our H2 is good. Power is good. We're just not pumping out oxygen. We're just burning the water, which is pretty good. Getting our P water delivered, which is nice. Once we get through all the bottled up P water, we should probably start pumping. Maybe that's over here. We could start pumping. That might be okay. Because I don't want the water to spill out. Alright, so we're going to start shaping up the base, how we want everything to work out. Battery powers are looking pretty good because we're just burning out the power. We are cooling said area down 20 degrees. Maybe we go up to 24. Give this a little bit of ease. We don't need this battery anymore. So we could just bop that setup with the wheel, with the battery, and start getting more gas reses. That's going to be here, that's going to be here, and that's going to be here. So battery, yeah. We could start building that. I might want to start moving out all the items too. Just back where the suits are. That's a lot of items. That's a lot of sweeping we're gonna be doing, man. Goodness. All right, we will want to get this AQ in. This is not really that warm, but you know, we'll get that in. Eventually, we'll probably want to get this extended to somewhere else to run that. But for now, yeah, it's a very extra. I don't really need it in most cases. Batteries are looking great. Cold water, chilling. We can't really utilize that yet. We don't have anything that eats cold brine. I'll probably want to do something with that, though. Alright, I kind of want to wait till this is dormant, otherwise it's going to flood out the map, which kind of sucks. Ooh, they built this. That's impressive. Damn, yeah, that's impressive. So we can go into here and get this started. Let's run a left side setup. So that means I probably want to get a ladder here. Here is probably what makes sense. Jump down. Let's go like that. This is going to make them go through the top. I guess we could try to dig that instead. And then we just go through here. And once we get this built, we are going to want the tiles here, here, here. Igneous, regolith, igneous. So I got to replace that. And probably all of that. We will want pump left side. And this is going to be a wall. So it's going to be like this. This is solid, so we don't have to dig past that. It's everything else is going to fall through. And we're going to have to sweep it out. Dreklet. We don't need these guys. Oh, is that a pip? Oh, it's going through my data banks. God damn it. Alright, you hanging out with the homies at the trees? How is my steel? 106. Let's do another ton. Eventually, all my steel is going to be inside that. Outside of that, it's looking pretty good. We do some sweeping. My dupes are bored. Okay. This is still pretty hot. The thing is that these spore kits have been creating zombie spores. I kind of don't want to break into that. I might just have to, though. Alright, because we probably do, let's just do it. We're going to go in and then bop the spore kits right there. That goddamn spore kit right there. I need to tame this gold volcano. It's so far that I feel like it's going to take so long. We have a liquid lock, though, so it's kind of safe. Blossoms are chilling. I kind of want more suits, though. That's the one thing. You know what we could do? We could run this ladder through. No, it's probably a bad idea. Run that through and have suits on this side and that side. Alright, let them work. No one's getting stuck. The dupes are doing good. Let's try to clear a little bit up here. Alright, we got that built, so we start setting this up. That's built, so we can set that up. And then we will eventually want to sweep everything out. I guess we get this started. Steel pump. We're going to run a normal cobalt automation line into an Atmos sensor. Cool, cool. Still a lot of sweeping needs to be done. Let's give the dupe some time. Batteries are filling up. We should probably try to consume it. All right, so we have a wire here. I might just want to pull a wire from here, which means I do want to send some resource from the first planet. Cobalt. I guess we could try to send lead, since we have a decent amount here. Let's do lead. Full 20k. Feathers. We have feathers on this side. 24. Okay, so we do need more suit feathers, which is fine. Let's get that in. I do want to use lead line here so that we could have a better power setup. That way we could start using the power for the stuff we need to without worrying too much. Security door overheats. That's fine. Dupes. Where are you? Maybe we could reach this, right? Yeah, we can. I guess they're just not doing it. Let's move these items over here. We're digging, we're building. Cobalt, and then we're gonna need gas line. It should just go up and in to the insulated line. And then we get this here, probably that. Basically, I need to decide how many reservoirs I want to buffer this, because it's 4 is not enough, right? We have 4 back at home. All right, we've got to recoup that. Classic setup there. And then we're gonna have to sweep everything out soon. We'll get the natty gas, get that situated. I guess we should need to consider doing a drainer on the side. And then running the... Where do we get items from on the side? Teleporter. Ah, right here. So this needs to go onto the CO2 line. We will run granite here. And then let's run this that way. Alright, so that's just going to be a CO2 line for us to dump carbon dioxide. Auto bottle. Because we will eventually start piling up CO2 like so. Naturally is going to happen. Okay, that goes down to there. This is going to not go all the way through. This might. I need to kind of decide where the bottom of the base is going to be. It might be this room. Because if we do another 4 tile space, it'd be here. And then 4 is here. And then 4 is here. Which is a 2 tile gap, which is not bad. That means we could probably run this insulated. And that could be the bottom of the interior base, so that the outside we could use for the geothermal stuff. That'd be not bad. So then that means we run the ladder down to there at the very least. Okay, pretty good. Let them sweep, let them fill, let them build. Nice. We want to do those 3. All these items outside. We just want to move it out of the room, so we have a clean room. And then we are going to want boop. And boop. This is still getting built. We should still be moving out lead. A little bit low. And let's do a magma check. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. So all the magma tamers are looking good. Everything's working out pretty well. 140. Hot steel still needs to be chilled. Coming out at 29. Alright, I need to slow down with pulling out the brine water from here. Or we just add more ice. At least for now. Because if it's coming out at 29, that's kind of bad for the bristles. Let's do a brine temp shift plate on either side. Both sides. What's going on, Lyndon? Welcome in. How are you? What's going on, P-Nugget? I see you over there as well, man. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. We will probably need to dig a third layer just so that we could move out the gas res space. Nice sweepage. We gotta build up the tiles. Alright. Once we get this swept, I guess we could try to open this. Not too big of a deal. Yeah. Actually, let's not do that yet. Let's finish doing this and then get that connected. And then we could dig everything. So here, we could build these two, I guess. Build all of that. And then get the top of the map set up on the side. I've become aware since yesterday that whipped cream cheese is superior to regular cream cheese. Dude, whipped anything is really good. Like, easily, man. I learned that as a kid. There used to be this drink called Orange Bang. And it tastes like... Do you know what an orange creamsicle is? Or an orange Julius? Do you happen to know what that is? What that do be? Because the reason why I ask is because I don't think there's any dairy in it, but because they whip it, it feels and tastes creamier. And as a result, pretty good. Now, I didn't realize it, but eventually I went to a now doesn't exist establishment called, what's it called? Soup Plantation? It's basically a buffet for salads and soups and bread. So it's like, it's all the stuff that typically you avoid when eating at a buffet. Because you wouldn't get your money's worth. So everyone goes for like the lobster legs and stuff like that. I'm over here like, I don't eat seafood, man. I don't know if I'm gonna be about that life. Anyways, they used to have something called whipped honey butter. It is the best thing to put on bread. I'm not even kidding. Whipped honey butter. So good. It's so light and it's sweet because of the honey. Oh my god. Yeah, it's easier to spread. It's light, it's airy. It's another thing too, because of the texture, you don't normally have like freshly whipped. It makes it feel like it tastes a little bit more refined. So I believe it, man. While I've never had whipped cream cheese, I believe it that it's delicious. But yeah, man. Makes you wonder, what else can you whip? And just make it taste a lot better. Pip eggs, not on Second Planet. Maybe not even on the first planet. We have a lot of pips already. I'm sorry, printer pod. We're gonna reject everything. Watch me whip. Watch me nay nay. That song be the classic, man. Butter on bread and honey, yep. That's a normal breakfast in Czech. No, 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 no. It's whipped, though. Whipped butter, honey butter. It sounds like it's just butter and bread, but it's whipped. That whipped part, man, is big. It's like whipped cream. Cream normally is kind of just like milk, right? But you whip it is completely different. You know what I'm saying? The whipped cream. I'm saying, man, is good. I'm about that whip life. Should whip the dough. That's actually a technique. You whip the dough and you get, I don't actually know where I was gonna go with that. God damn it. I was like, what's something airy, dude? That's just made from dough. Doing all right, working on a website for a client, and they wanted to do it via Squarespace, fighting Squarespace design because I'm used to being a power user, utilizing pure HTML, CSS. But Squarespace designs for designers, so it's intuitive for them, feels very unintuitive for me as a developer. Oh yeah, 100%, man. That's yeah, that's tough, man. It's like telling it's like telling someone that uses Excel to make spreadsheets to use the non-Excel spreadsheet system that they have in their internal, and what do you call that? I forgot the phrase for that. Like every company runs off of a system that's basically coded in a certain way. I forget the phrase for that. The ERP, Enterprise Resource Planner. I forget what the phrase was. And it's like making it so that the people who normally do what they do don't get to use the same things they do normally. It makes it very tough, man. It's really tough. It's effectively kind of like telling someone, like, how do I say this? They become a novice again. Yo, man. Good luck with that, man. That sounds like it'd be a tough time. You have to relearn everything. The fun times. Something simple that was just a quick button tab. Now you gotta write a whole line of code for it. They don't think be like it is, but it do. So yo, man, good luck on that, Linden. Sounds like you're gonna be looking the Googles a lot, or the YouTube videos. How to use Squarespace. It's like telling a mathematician to do math, but with letters. I mean, that's how they make calculus. And then now everyone has to learn calculus. And it's like, man, why? What the heck is this? Why are we adding more than just X? Now it's Y and Z? Oh, shit, fam. It's standard math. Geek man, just because you know that you plus me equals us does not mean you know calculus, my dude. I'm just saying. This guy geek. I caught him one day. I know my calculus. It says you plus me equals us. I got the boy band feel to it. The 3 years of classes do. Yo, man, I'm over here learning multiplication tables, man. I gotta pull that out on my phone. Dude, I heard that's a real thing. Kids these days can't even do multiplication past single digits. Like, they have to, they're so used to pulling their phone out that it's like they can't do simple arithmetic. Like, they know what the rules are, and so do I, but they just can't do it, man. My kid can. Yo, man, that's because you make them do the... You make them do the stuff, man. You make them do the memorization strats. When I was your age, I would have the tables memorized. And then Geek's kid would be like, oh, you went uphill both ways. He would say that jokingly. And then Geek would stop and be like, that's my son. He knows, man. God damn it. I taught him well. And then, you know, he stopped his conversation to hug it out. And then he would be like, hey, so what were we doing? He's like, oh, we was gonna go to Disneyland. And you know what? They go to Disney World. We're gonna go get ice cream. You know, the classic. Oh, that's actually Lovell. That's kind of nice. Dude, you actually got... I see you over there. Dude, man, I remember when I was in college, our campus had a student discount for Disneyland. And as a result, so many people I knew would constantly go to Disneyland. Because we'd be in SoCal, right? That's where Disneyland is. So we would get the... we would have so many people just constantly going. I don't have my times tables memorized. They get... I have to do the finger trick. Hey man, that's... At least you could do it and you don't have to pull out your phone. Unless that's what the finger trick is. You swipe to unlock, open the calculator app, and then you hit the buttons on the screen. That's technically a finger trick. It's just not the ones, you know. Not the ones to be thinking about sometimes. Alright, I do need to go through this. Dig that through. Alright, we will also dig this down. Alright, dig all that. Dig it all. It's time to dig out the top of the map. Let the gases do their thing. Breathing time. Have a good one, Geek. If you guys don't know what Geek does, he listens to Chris Brown. Breathe. That's the song. He's gotta, you know, do his thing. I have a hard time cooling solids in a conveyor belt. Do you have a setup? Yes. If you want to cool down solids faster, you have to run the conveyor through a tile. That is the normal setup that you have to do. The reason is because the math calculation makes it so that running it through a tile gives you a different calculation formula. And that formula makes it so that it's a lot faster just inherently. So you need a design kind of like this. Because you run the conveyor belt, right? And you can see that it's going in at 200. And then on the first pass, it's already at 199. Second pass is at 160. Third pass is at 129. Then at 104. And then we'll get to see a temperature when it comes out. So, single pass from 227, igneous rock. We have water here at 14 degrees. And then it comes out at 47, 48. So we zap about 180 degrees in this setup. And we have temp shift plates in the middle. And then we have metal tiles on the side. So I'm not doing a temperature check. I'm just running it raw. Like we just, you know, run it in. So you could run a temperature check loop, kind of like, I think I have one down here. You know, temperature check loop, right? Before you let it out. You could actually put one like outside right here so that you can make it run back in if you need to. But then it's like, it takes a while, right? You have to loop it a couple times, kind of like my water here. And then it's kind of slow and then it backs up. So that usually means you want a larger build. Oh, your loop went the wrong direction and it broke. Oof, that's tough. Yeah, man, you gotta watch out for that. But yeah, the big thing is getting the temp shift plates and the metal tiles. And then I use water in the middle so that it doesn't heat up and my temperatures are more even. Right? That's another thing. You want the liquid still for the mass, right? You could stack it up, and liquids just typically have better stats than anything else in the game. So you get the mass and the stats. That way, once you have your aqua tuner prime it to a temperature, it stays pretty good. Didn't realize if I needed liquid or metal. You need both. That taco meme dot picture. Why not both? I'm saying that. You need the water and the metal. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Sometimes you need both. Both of these. Ah, lag. Porque no los dos. That's exactly what it is. Though I don't expect people to actually know. Hey, Lumen. Coming in with the raid. What's going on, Lumen? Shout out to you. Playing some Frostpunk OG. Frostpunk 1. Yo. The kids yearn for the mines. They really do. At least in Frostpunk, that's something that happens. I did the wall drills. Nice, nice. No mines for me. I mean, you gotta tech up for that, man. I mean, as long as the kids don't have to work the mines. Did you do the sawdust suit? Add a little bit of filler. But of course, you have been illuminated. Thank you so much for the raid, Lumen. I see you over there. Knots, welcome in. Rothgar, hello, hello. Hope you guys are having a good one. So you have not played Frostpunk. So how you enjoying it? I feel like Frostpunk is one of those games where, I guess for lack of better words, I like the concept of it, but it's tough, man. It's just so depressing all the time. Cat needed feeding, feed the kitties. They deserve all the foods. We won the main game and tried the arc. Oh, I see you. I like it, but man, it's a panic. Yep. It's one of those things where you kind of quickly figure out the strategy you need to do on every playthrough, and then it's kind of like you don't really have room for error, sadly. One on my third attempt, pretty proud. Yeah, some of them are hard. There is the hard difficulty. I think the arc is the hardest scenario. I don't think there's another one. Had some excellent advice. Yo, man. It's one of those things, though, that I can't play Frostpunk that much because it's just so sad times. Like, the vibes are permanently, Sire, can we feed the kids? And it's like, how am I going to say no to that? Yeah, it's bleak, dude. This is our third death this week. We need you to increase the heat of the heater. And stuff like that. And it's like, oh, man. Darkest Dungeon is bleak, but it's also like... it's epic at the same time. I feel like Frostpunk is just sadness. You know what I'm saying? It's just sadness. Yeah, and a lot of times it do feel like that. They'll complain about something and it's like, dude, man, we need to do this to live. But it's like, everything is just option A, option B. Played Reanimal. That was dark. I've never played Reanimal. Don't know what that one is. I haven't played that one. Pretty dank. What's Reanimal about? I imagine you play as an animal? Just released, we played the demo. It's a 2-person game. Oh, I see. Co-op stuff, let's go. Co-op stuff could be really fun. But yo, are you going to be checking out Frostpunk 2? I will say Frostpunk 2 is completely different than Frostpunk 1. You can play as some of the kids and try to rescue your friends and get out. It is dark. Oh, wow. You play as kids and try to rescue your friends and get out. Dude, that sounds like Made in Abyss, which is one of the darker animes of all time. What's going on, Xandroff? No, we were not allowed to build and launch rockets, so it's only going to be the first 2 planets. Right, because we have the teleporter to travel. So it's first 2, nothing else. Second planet, though, we have geysers in the magma that we're going to have to tame. That's going to be fun. I can't say much. I'll give it away. That's fair. At the end, I was truly wrecked. Made me sad all night. Oof. Dude, I'm not going to lie, man. I low-key don't like a lot of things that are like... what's the word? There are shows that kind of introduce something really sad, and as a result, it's like kind of to play with your emotions. And sometimes some of those shows get really dark, and it's to kind of like build up and set up, like, oh, for the comeback, oh, they're gonna win this time. But then you'll have something like Chrono Crusade, where, you know, it's just all sad. Oh, I see you, Rycroft. That is a word, true. That is the genre. I typically don't like that kind of stuff, man. So I actually, like, sometimes when I see something that's like really sad and bad like that, I will look up some of my feel-good animes and I'll watch like Tensura or something like that. It's like, oh man, this is so sad. I'm gonna go watch Reincarnated the Slime. Oh, this is so sad. I'm gonna go watch this feel-good isekai where it's like comedy, light humor, slice of life. I don't know. Something that's, you know, easygoing, feel good vibes all around. Apothecary Diaries. Dude, I hear they're coming out with a new season of I always see that name and I hate pronouncing it. Friarin? Like, goddamn that name, dude. The EI makes me like malfunction. Freein. Free Ren. You thought it was boring? It was because everyone was deadpan. I could see. Beyond the Last Adventure. I haven't seen that one. Season 2 is better than Season 1. I've only seen the meme stuff of her getting stuck in a mimic. I have not seen too much past that. And that's just because she's a loot goblin, right? It's like, hey man, every time we say it's a mimic, you never know. This spell only has a 99% chance of accuracy. You gotta give it a chance. And then insert Jim Carrey meme. So you're saying there's a chance? And it's like, alright, man. Well, this guy's a menace. I like Furin, but the deadpan all the time makes it a struggle sometimes. Yeah, right? I love it. Apothecary Diaries might be all-time favorites. Right? Even about with Full Metal. Wait. Full Metal Panic? Full Metal Alchemist. Very different shows. Only 8 workers. Yeah, we have the OG colony on the side. And then this is our second planet. It was sad she didn't pay attention to her human buddy until he died. That is... yeah. His name was what? Himmel? I think that was his name. I haven't seen it though. I was thinking about watching it one of these days. What you finna do? Welcome in. FMA is good. Full Metal Panic is also good. Both good shows, man. Full Metal Panic kind of funny. Fairy Tail. I didn't like Fairy Tail. The part where it was like very clear they were gonna lose, and then it was like, but the power of friendship, and then it's like the flashback trauma immediately makes them stronger. And it's like, dude, what is happening? I don't know. Sometimes they just pull stuff out, and I'm just kind of like, I don't know about that, man. I would say, man, shows that I would go back to watch. I would say Reincarnated Slime's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, man. I have a weird soft spot for sports anime. Like Haiku. There's just so many great moments when it comes to sports animes, and it's just so unnecessarily hype. Like, it's like they're building up the scene where, you know, the main character who's short, you know, is trying to be a spiker. He's struggling all game. This is like the last game of the tournament. They're trying to win, and they're just shutting him out. No matter how good of a set, he's just not getting the point. And then there's a scene that's like, no matter what happens, he always jumps full strength. So it's like the defense has to respect it. And it gets to a point where everyone's tired. He's still the one jumping. And it was so good. Solo leveling. I need to see the new season, man. I binged that way too fast. You have a phone case. That season was kind of weird thing where it introduced a whispered character and then killed her off. Kind of felt like, what's the point? Full Metal Panic is weird. Nothing for a long time. And then release a new series. FMP was, yeah. FMP is weird, man. I feel like I never actually followed the manga or anything like that. So it's like, I don't know if it's like they skipped something. Or maybe it was just a production thing. They have to speed it up like they typically do. And it kind of ended up being kind of bad. Water Magician's pretty good. I haven't seen that one. You need to make friends. I see you over there. One Piece. I followed... Dude, One Piece is crazy. I followed One Piece 20 years ago. I remember... me and the homies would go to the bookstore and get Shonen Jump. Like, we would chip in money, and then we would buy the Shonen Jump, and then we would share it with each other. So, like, we would all have one copy. Oh my god. I'm gonna make a new show called Full Metal. I see you over there, P-Nugget. MHA. I feel like MHA has fallen off so much. They're like trying to top off the OG main storyline, and I feel like it's falling flat. Why's been watching Metalist? I'm enjoying. I haven't seen that one. Big City Greens. I haven't seen that. Gotta go. Take care of yourself, Lumen. Making dinner, making some soup. Awesome times. Appreciate the lurks. Trigun Change. Ooh, I haven't seen the reboot. Feels bad. Is Vash Stampede still the goofy character or nah? If he's not, man, that kind of sucks. I think the manga's a weird word came after the anime. That's... Ooh, I've never heard of that. But I haven't really followed FMP. It was a long time ago. Legit City Lore. Dude, that was the days, man. We used to do the Shonen Jump. I remember when... Dude, I remember when the Marineford arc, the Save Robin, came out. It was so hyped, so good. All of us were talking about that, man. Took me 2 years to watch all of One Piece. That's fair. That's a lot of episodes, man. I buy Shonen Jump when there's a free card. MHA had a big tonal shift and introduced weird stuff and quirks that didn't hit for me. Still finished it off. Brotherhood. You see this? This is the Whitebeard. Sometimes you punch the gas and it cracks. We got the Whitebeard stuff right here. MHA is weird. I feel like since I've watched both versions, no, all three versions, there's the original, there's a like remake, and then there's Brotherhood. So there's three versions of My Hero. Wait, no, My Hero. I'm sorry. Full Metal Alchemist is what I'm thinking. Never mind. I completely misread the abbreviation. Goodness, man. Not gonna lie, man. After All Might, I didn't really want to watch it anymore. The Vigilantes thing, I thought it was weird. Vash is still the same old goofy old one. Shenanigans looks after the new one doesn't. Oh man. And it's pretty much Lay Bear Planet Race episode 1. That's tough. Why is it becoming a trend now in gaming where game devs are blaming gamers for their game failure? I've seen this going on with various games for a good while now. Have you ever seen the concept of like modernization? They might be building the game in an old school fashion, and when it doesn't hit home for a lot of people, it's the gamer's fault. It could be a lot of things too. One of the more common things that happen now is that when a game gets popular, people data mine a lot of the info. And as a result, they know everything before even playing, so they know what they need to do. And then as a result, they beat the game in the first week, make videos explaining how to do it, and then everyone does it. I'm not saying that's exactly what it is, but I feel like that's part of the problem. That being said, devs could be just gaslighting folks. Who knows? I also like Cheat Dude, One Punch Man. I can't imagine how One Punch Man, that was so popular, ended up with the season 3 that it had. That was the weirdest thing. How did it go from like the first fight versus what's his name, Ouroboros, the alien guy on the spaceship, where everyone else was on Earth and they were in the spaceship fighting? I don't know how it went from that type of quality to moving stills. Like there's no animation happening. It's crazy. Makes you wonder, man. It's so jank. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Like, what happened, man? How did everything kind of just, like, you know, become like that? They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do, I guess. We got lead, boys. But it do, it really do, man. You hate to see it, though. Even if it do. Even if it do. Do be do like that sometimes. Just hate to see it. We have that. We're gonna get in. I might make them run a wheel for this specifically. Temporary setup. Classic. Just because this is not gonna need that much power. Alright, people of chat. I hate to do this. But this coffee is kicking. Matixo asked us to hydrate and I kept chugging coffee. And I forget to tell him. So Matixo, I finished all my coffee to the point where I gotta take a dump. So I have to be right back before I make a mess. And guys, I will be right back while the dudes be working. We is back. I apologize. Treble Queen, all the raids. Thank you so much for the raid, Treble Queen. How are you? Let me give you a shout. Playing some Oni. Nice, nice. How was stream? Talk to us about the Onis. Hopefully that was going well. Hopefully Treble Queen's still here. Apologize. I was not here. I was in the restroom for a bit. I am good. Good to hear. Good to hear. How was the Onis? What did you guys doing today? We're gonna run. And what was going on then? Talk to us about the run. We're just having the dupes do a little bit of work on the second planet right now. And we are trying to get it set up so we don't have to use suits all the time. A lot of sweeping though. And then we're going to be getting a perimeter set up as well. I should probably also try to get this set up. And then we have to dig all that too. Stream was good. Doing the Dino Lab. Ooh, nice. Made the Atmos suit and grabbed things from the asteroid. Nice. I feel like Dino Lab is this weird thing where I feel like even though it's a lab map, it's really fun. Like as just kind of like a normal map to play on. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me. I really do like the Dino Lab. We're actually playing on that right now. But it's good times. Dino Lab. Stream was good. Awesome, awesome. Did you get the feathers from the Rexes? Man. I have 5,000 feathers. My Rexes are doing really well. I made the ranch. This is what I think is the best design for the Rex Ranch. You run a cold room with a gas that's sterile. And then you chill it with an aqua tuner, right? So when you feed them the meat never rots, right? Because inside of the contents, it's going to be sterile atmosphere and frozen. So it's technically a giant food refrigerator. And then we just give them all the meat. So we don't eat any meat ourselves. We feed that to them. And then they're just able to eat, make offspring. We don't even shear these guys. We'd be able to get so much more if we did. We're only shearing the 6 that's in here. Yeah, we have a lot of feathers. A lot of feathers. It is a good time. We have a couple lums that we feed them for the tough meat. Otherwise, though, we got all the suits. Suits here, suits here, suits here, suits here. All the suits. But yeah, gotta get those suits. It's a big map, though. The move speed penalty does kind of suck, but you gotta have it, man. This map gets kind of cold, kind of hot, too. Especially on the lab map with all the geysers. So with a suit, I would say that's like a great point where you're like pretty safe. So at that point, you get to start building all the builds that you got to do. Mamba, kitty cat's awake. I've been hell-bent up trying to feed them live food. I'm not gonna lie. I initially, when they first released, it kind of made sense. Because it's technically more efficient in terms of like them eating and how many calories, and then it's like natural evolution, right? Because it's like instead of making an evolution chamber, you just feed them to the Rexes, send them to the dinos, you know, do the thing like that. It's just one of those things that it feels like it never really works out. The Rexes don't eat well. The critter balance is always off. Like, it's this weird thing that I feel like I couldn't get to work consistently. So I was like, you know what? They could just eat from the feeder. And then that makes everything a lot easier. Because it's like you have to have both the Rex tame and the critter you feed them tame. So the chance of them eating is a lot higher. Even then, I didn't like the idea of feeding them regularly, a dupe having to drop them off, having an excessive supply. And then if you overfill this with other critters, they start cramping. So I was like, dude, that's all just a pain. Just feed them the meat. They can loot them. Oh, someone's trapped. My man. We save you. Alright, let's go with this. Should be good. But yeah. Thank you so much for the raid, Tribal Queen. If you got to take care of business, anything post-stream, take care of it. Get the food, get the stuff, or whatever it is you got to do. Don't let me stop you. And I'll try to take care of your folks for you the best we can. If you guys don't know Tribal Queen, check her out. She was just recently playing some Oxygen Unedited. Not says, have you ever started watching an anime? I thought it feels familiar, but as time goes on, you have not watched it before, but you can't break that feeling. Any isekai anime in the last couple years, it feels like it's all the same thing. You know what? I take that back. Nowadays, it's I got kicked out from the heroes party. And I leave and create my own, and now I'm the hero. I don't know. It's very common nowadays. I feel like the anime industry is very much a copycat kind of like corporation right now, where it becomes a thing where it's like they were just looking for what's hot, and then they're just gonna rip it off. Because there's like so many generic versions of the same thing. Like, I remember when smartphone came out and it was really popular. And then they tried to make another anime based off of the fact that they had a smartphone, and it did not do well at all. To the point where I don't even remember the name of it. I like that you have options with Ranching Rectors. Yeah, it's just, man, feeding them live food kind of sucks. I just wish that worked out a little bit better. Game copies too, yeah. That happens all the time. It's one of those things, though, that's like you wish there was just a little bit more creativity. Like when WoW was popular, you had all the WoW clones, right? Same thing. Classic stuff. And another thing is, did you know why they have the long titles like they do in Japanese animes? There's actually a reasoning for that. Believe it or not, there is a reasoning for that. Oh, you didn't know. Basically, what happened was that... what's a good way to say this? Most animes are an adaptation of a manga / light novel. And that's where you have no one kind of like... It's a lot of freelancer solo space where the person does the art by themselves, right? It's not a team when you're doing the mangas. So what ends up happening is that you have no publisher. There's no way to really get your name out. And everyone's done some iteration of what you're doing. How do you stand out? And that's when they were like, let's just give the synopsis of the show / story in the title. Because you could name it anything you want. No one's going to actually look past the title. So they found a lot of success by just putting the plot / synopsis in the title itself. So that when people are looking through the different anime titles, they'll be like, oh, this is what this is about, without having to click on it. And that one click, or I guess in a library, it's harder to do that. It's harder to get the idea of what the show is about. So they did that. And that is the premise. So you'll have things like, oh, I didn't want to take damage, so I invested all my skill points in the defense. And then that gets abbreviated and becomes the like proper anime title. Or the I'm the 7th prince, so I'm just gonna take my time to refine my magic. Things like that, right? I'm the son of a lord, so I'm just gonna do this and that. But that's where that started from. That was the only way for them to kind of get people to check out their stuff that they're doing without you know, investing too much into it. But yeah, man, what you're saying, I feel like if you watch a lot of Miyazaki movies, I feel like they all have the same vibe to it. Dude, the 7th Prince is so good. Even with the controversy behind it. And it's not even like real controversy. That's the funny thing. It's not even real controversy. What's the controversy? When the anime first dropped, people were wondering if the artist had a fetish with young boys because of how the character was designed. And then it turns out it wasn't because the author slash designer had that. It was because originally the character was supposed to be a female. So nothing wrong with that. It's just that in, I guess, Japan, the translation makes it so that they're all princes, whether they're a man or a woman. So originally, it was written to be a girl. That's why all the clothing attire is very, like, cutish, kind of girly, but because he's young, you know, they dress the kids kind of cute, kind of a thing, and, you know, they were getting flack for that. And then it became a thing once they found out why change the gender. Yeah, it's kind of like Rama 1/2, yeah. But yeah, there was a slight controversy with that when it first dropped. They were like, why are they making him so ridiculously thick? It's like, why is he gotta be this weirdly designed character with the weird kind of like interactions? You know how it is, man. Be a little suspect sometimes. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. You got over the 7th Prince. Yeah, people were talking about that though for the longest time. Have you seen 7 Deadly Sins? I used to read it. I remember I was in a phase where I started reading a lot of shows because I didn't like the animes that were out at the time. I was like, yeah, you have some shows, but it's like there's nothing that's really that good. So I started reading. I started reading Attack on Titan when it just started being released. And don't like it. It's kind of more so that I would say in the beginning it was kind of cool. And then eventually the animation quality got bad. there was something with that. And then how do I even say this? I feel like it started off good, and then it ended up like storyline, everything just became a little bit too much. And there's a lot of weird kind of like, oh, he's him kind of a thing where you realize something and then they were a sleeper agent and then now they said the phrase he's awake now. not cookie cutter, but it's like, you know Dexter, the American TV show where it's about a serial killer. Like on the terms of like the rating scale, season 1, season 2, season 3, and then season 4. At some point, they just couldn't top the previous season, but there was money there for them to make a show, right? So they had to make something. It's kind of what it feels like. At some point, the popularity was there, and they just had to, put something out there. That's what it felt like in terms of how the story kind of developed. Because when it started going into the thing with the demons and the angels and how Melodious and his girlfriend is related and the goddess clan and stuff like that, after they kind of resolved that and they started going into more of like the internal part of the family, I was like, okay, it's falling off. Isn't there a spin-off? I'm not familiar with that. I did that too. I seen Naruto got caught up and then went straight to the manga. But yeah, that's usually what happens. You find something that's good, you check it out, and then you realize it was like the original story was amazing, and then afterwards it's like, what happens? Bleach did that. Yep. A lot of shows had that, dude. That's where I'm hoping that like in a few years from now, after One Piece finishes, it doesn't come in with like One Piece Shippuden, and it's like Luffy's son. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping that doesn't happen, dude. That would be a grand travesty. Ultimate grand travesty, man. Luffy's son, Boofy. Oh no, bro. You find out that he doesn't end up with Boa. He ends up with Robin. Everyone's gonna get mad. Why was it not Nami? Stuff like that, man. It's kind of like how Naruto did not end up with Sakura. I feel like Naruto ending up with Hinata was good. I feel like that was good. We need to start pumping some gas. Just run it off of there. I like when I watch the anime and go to the manga and it's like frame by frame the same. Yeah, I hate it when the producer takes creative liberties. That's probably the one thing I hate the most about adaptations when it happens. The guy's like, oh yeah, I know so much better than the original artist that I'm just gonna take the liberty to change this. And it's gonna be better. And then when it turns out no one likes it, they're like, oh man, they don't see the vision. They don't see the greatness. Tokyo Ghoul was very manga style, right? I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've seen Tokyo Ghoul. I don't think I have. Alright, we're gonna have to clog this up so it doesn't start spilling out. End it with a cliffhanger. I don't think I've seen it. I keep thinking I've seen it, and then I'm thinking back, it's like, no, that's Blood Lad. The guy who's like the gangster leader of like a gang. And he has like superpowers, and he's like... I was like, oh, isn't that Tokyo Ghoul? No, it's Blood Lad. I was like, oh, that's right. Ad break. I watched the first season and stopped watching. I'm okay with that. Of Tokyo Ghoul? Man, there's so many good shows I haven't seen. I haven't sat down and watched Jujutsu Kaisen. I haven't sat down and watched Chainsaw Man. I haven't sat down and watched so many stuff. You got something buried in there, yeah, man. Whitebeard was like, I'm here to save my son. Punches the gas and leaves a mark. He's like, oh wait, this is not where I'm supposed to be, and he left. I was like, okay, man. You should have fixed this, though. You don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. You know, man, Whitebeard, just doing Whitebeard things. There we go. Tokyo Ghoul first season was good, and then kind of fell off. Yeah. I feel like that's part of how do I say this? Not that shows that do world building are bad. It's just that I feel like a lot of times the manga writer goes all in on the first major story arc, and then it falls off because nothing is as good. And I feel like that's a result of poor world building. And if the world building arc is good, the main story is even gonna be better, you know? I feel like a lot of shows have that problem though, where it's not that it fell off, but they started with a bang and they don't know how to really capitalize afterwards. I feel like that happens way too often though. Alright, we should be able to dig all this. Get all this out. We'll start sweeping the stuff here. But yeah, man. All the reboots nowadays. Dude, do you guys think they're gonna reboot the original Pokemon? Can you guys imagine? They come up with new seasons every year to follow the game and the generations. I don't know if they would ever like reboot the original Ash Ketchum. Going to Brock and Misty, fighting Team Rocket. That'd be kind of weird, right? I had a blast from the past. D Gray Man, oh my god. I've never watched that. I've never watched that. You know what's a blast from the past, though? That I really do want to watch, too. Damn, what's it called? Visions of Escaflow. Dude, that's OG, too, man. I used to watch that while playing Ragnarok Online. Cowboy Bebop was a banger. The music. That's how I got into lo-fi. Those are classics, man. Dude, what was the show I was talking about? God damn it, dude. The time traveler one. With the ultimate trap. God damn it. What's the name of that show? It's some dude. He's like a scientist. Wears a lab coat everywhere. And then they travel time. And then there's like a air quotes girl who's like acts very feminine. No, not Dr. Stone. It was like back in the 2000s, 2010. It's old, man. I still haven't seen it. And I was always like, oh man, I want to watch this, but I never remember in time. Or I just forget the name. Steins Gate! Thank you, Lord of Heaven. There's a character that acts very feminine, and the main character for the longest time thought like she was a girl. And then one day, someone breaks the news. Oh, that's my younger brother or something like that. And then he's like, oh my god, my life's been a lie. That's like the only scene I've seen. But apparently it's like they go through time travel, and do a lot of shenanigans. I heard it's pretty good. A lot of people say it's a timeless classic. And I do want to watch it. I just never got around to watching it. There's so many good shows that I haven't seen that I need to watch. That's the one. There we go. Steins Gate. I heard it was really good, man. I heard Steins Gate was really good. Low DOS Wars, if you like robot anime. I never really enjoyed mechas. Because the thing I'm thinking about is, oh, he just has a stronger robot. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, he just has money. Like, for lack of better words, that's what it feels like to me. So it's like, I never really, like, cared too much about it. Like, I grew up with Gundam Wing, dude. I did, and it was tight. Tight. But then it's like afterwards, I never really cared about it anymore. Bleach Stone. I guess we could send that back. But yeah, anytime I've seen a mecha anime, I feel like, you know, I'm never really excited for it. Bleach Stone's gonna pop up here, and then we're gonna deliver it. All right, hopefully that's gonna be fine. Evangelion. That's a classic too. Alright, we probably do dig this now. Militaristic anime? I feel like I don't really have a preference for militaristic anime. It's just mechas. I feel like the cool part of it is the robots. And then beyond that, it's kind of meh. And it's like, if you don't get that, oh, dude, robot. You know, One Piece? When Frankie got introduced, everyone has the stars for the eyes when they see him do the robot. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's Power Rangers. Docking 1, 2, Frankie, and you know what I'm saying? And then it was like, oh, dude, laser robot. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if you don't have that kind of like awe factor, just like naturally, you kind of lose. Like, I'm basically Robin and Nami when that happens. I'm just kind of like, okay, it's a robot. What we doing over here, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, we got the robots, I guess. I'm basically Robin and Nami. It's like, oh, okay, it's a robot, man. It's cool. But yeah, the militaristic animes, I've seen some of them. The weirdest one probably has to be... what's the one with the guy that's extremely traumatized? To the point where he forced himself to forget everything, and then he goes back to like the middle of nowhere, not letting everyone know that he's the strongest. Like, he's a cold-blooded killing machine, but he forgot all that and he's trying to live a happy life. And then the people that used to command him now is looking for him. And it was like the most randomest thing. Like, it starts off like a normal kind of like, you know, show, and then randomly they started adding in a lot of like military stuff, and you're like, wait, what? Dude, what was that called? They had the power levels tattooed on their body. Not a tattoo, but as they get stronger, they could fight other people and take their power, and then their numbers go up. Oh, what was that called? And the main character had a negative number, so it was like he was worth, like, kind of worthless in that regard because his number was negative. Ah, I forgot the name of that show. I forget. And the main character, I think, has the strongest jumping ability in the world. He was very proud of his legs. And he was called the only person that could fly because of his jumping ability. He was considered flying, even though he's just jumping. Damn, what's that show called, dude? I forget the name. But yeah, at some point he becomes a sleeper agent. Someone says a code word, he puts the mask on, and goes back. And that was a big twist. Yeah, the negative tattoo numbers. Yeah. And then he eventually gets his named weapon that's like positive 20 million or something. And it balances out the negative number. I forget, man. Guys, I'm gonna get some water really fast. I'll be right back. He's back. Another military anime that I've seen that was pretty good was kind of jank. It was Gate. You guys ever seen that? It's about like a portal, isekai portal, where the portal to another world spawns in Japan, like modern day. So they send a military group through with tanks and stuff. And the goal is they want to see what they have over there. So they send the people and they're living in medieval fantasy. So then the people are like, charge! They're not gonna... We outnumber them. Send the horses. And then they're like, all right, man, mow them down. Machine gun status. Da, 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 da. And everyone gets wiped out. They're like, dude, there's just... They don't need that many. They're so strong. The Iron Valkyries fly the skies, shooting us down from the heavens. And it was a Apache helicopter with the like minigun attachment. And then it's like just getting bombarded and getting wiped out. And then they're like, eventually they establish like a relationship with them. It was kind of funny just because the main character was made the way he was. All right, so auto bottle, we gotta start allowing that. Pull from the pea water tank. We still have a lot of pea water on the floor though. Let's bump this up to a 7. We still want to move out all the items so that we have nothing that off gases. Dude, that one's funny, man. Because the main character is tasked with the job because he was at a anime convention. He's like, oh, hell yeah, dude. The anime convention's coming up next week. I'm going to put in my time off request. And I'm just going to go to the convention all week. So he's like military trained. But he's, you know, he's got to watch his anime. And he's there. The portal pops out and he saves a bunch of people's lives. It becomes kind of like a public figure. He's like, oh man, this normal civilian saves the lives. Turns out he's special forces. And then the entire time, everyone who knows him is giving him like a tough time. Turns out of everyone, he is like peak. Like, how do I say this? Everyone was mad surprised when they actually found out that he's like secret agent, special ops. He's a ranger. He's like Marine Corps. Like he's done everything militaristic and has like the highest rank. To the point where some of the other people were like, I thought he just normal dude that just goes to anime conventions. And then it's like, they see all of his accolades. It's like, he needs 2 shirts, man. He got so many medals. And because of that, he's like super easygoing and laid back. But then people see that as weakness, not knowing that is, you know, he just handles it. It's not a sign of weakness. He's just, you know, he'll handle any problem. I think there was like so many scenes where they're like, hey man, we got to give you a promotion. He's like, no, dude, I just want to go take time off and watch my anime. He's like, yeah, we're giving you this promotion. And then he's sad that he got promoted. Mamba, I hear you, babies. What's wrong? 1800 on the suit docks. We got the sieve on this. We're doing the wheel over the forge. That's fine. No, babies, not yet. I know the sun's out, but it's not time. Alright, so right now the colony's going great. We're out of natty gas. We have a lot of power still. Not really using too much for this. We're not pulling any power out. And if anything, we're really just using this power for the suit stuff. We'll be getting some natty gas from here soon. We need to pump everything out because there's chlorine so that we could actually get the line proper. And then we need to run a drainer here. This is going to be for us to release the natty gas that we pumped up in a bottle so that we could just put it into the system and get it started. Alright, Mamba's being kitty cat. We're going to let him outside. He's going to realize it's cold and he's going to want to come back in. But I got to let him out first so that he knows that it's not me holding him back. It's the weather. Alright. Not only did he go outside and come back immediately, he just really wanted some head rubs. Mamba's fine now, though. Alright, so this is going to be natty gas. We're going to be working to get this up today. Ooh, it's clean. Nice. We could still do that for now. Here, here, here. I won't be able to fit another one. That's fine. We can leave those there for now. We will eventually need to connect all the natty gas. Pop out the chlorine, pretty good. This is CO2. I have no real... Oh. I just realized I kind of want to send chlorine back home. I might need to make a filter. Do a filter right here. I mean, we have space, so it's not bad. Yeah, we'll do that later once we get to the chlorine at the bottom. All right, building out the perimeter. We're gonna get the gas line up. Let's argue we want the second one here. This is gonna be 3, 7, 8. Let's put 8 here as well. 5, 6, 7, 8. We could always relocate these if we want access to the top. I might actually do that here. But I might do the ladder, liquid lock, and then come up as a way going up to here. And then we know that this is likely going to extend out this way. We're going to need this coming out. So the big thing is that we technically want 2 separate lines here. So that probably means this running a line down this way, like that. And then that's going to be what this middle space is going to be for. Yeah. So 1 pump, 2 pump. Now at the same time, do I want to have separate lines? I think I need to, for the reasoning that otherwise we might have one geyser, the one in the back, full, and the front one is always going to be empty. Or vice versa, right? So I think we do need to kind of do a balance setup for that. Because they're not going to empty out the reservoirs evenly. Still moving out a lot of the stuff. Suits back here are fine. Batteries are looking good. We're going to be getting more natty gas. Okay, so we are going to be doing suits here. This is going to allow us to a weird spot here. I probably want to relocate where this water is coming from, even though we're going to have this water here. So this is 95. We will want gold pump. And then we were just going to have enough space. Is going to be the logic. As we spawn water, we're just going to pump it immediately. Now, the thing with that is there's no sensor for this then. Let's do it here then. And then we get a sensor. Hydro sensor. Let's find here. And then this liquid pump is going to be added in. Then we'll likely want this to be the proper ladder that goes from this room into here. I probably am fine to start with that. Because I will want to add thickness to this. So that the radiation's not going to be a big deal. Take some nutrient bars. Alright, back at home. We did do the thing with digging up. Yeah, we did. Sport kit seeds are chilling. This area is kind of hot. So this is a vac. Alright, we're going to have to deal with that. First things first, automation, decon. Bop the switches. Let's bop the walls here. We should be able to bop everything here. Hour 2. And then we're going to get close to the gold. There's so much gold on that tile. Okay, they're building. We're letting them do the thing. We're gonna leave this here just because it's like we have jobs on both sides. I don't want them forced into this side. Okay, with that, that should be a good start. All right, let's start planning out the base. How do we want to do it? We're gonna have to deal with the CO2. That's naturally gonna be a problem. This kind of makes sense. Just so that we could start getting rid of the stuff here. This is already rummage. We'll let it float, I suppose. We're gonna start digging through so the gas spills out. We're not gonna do a water catch here, so we're just gonna remove everything. And then we could go down this way. Start trimming this out. Like, we will have to start digging all this out. Oh, there's a Sweeto here still. Just the one, it looks like. Sweeping's gonna be fun times. All the slugs hanging out. We'll take care of them soon. This is a temporary ladder. Once we're done with the surface, we're gonna have to only way up from this way. Okay, natty gas is gonna be captured now. We'll get that connected in soon. You know what, now that I think about it, we could probably do a merge system into here, and that kind of makes sense. We would remove this, which is fine. Yeah, this now works. D Mayor, I see you over there. How are you? How are you? Hello, hello. Welcome in, D Mayor. I see you over there. Hope you're having a good one. Of course, appreciate you for tuning in. What's good, D Mayor? How is the Wednesdays, my dude? Hope it's doing well. Hope it's doing great. We're still trying to move out the pea waters. Wow, this is just low priority, huh? I mean, we have oxygen, so it's not really a big deal. I guess we just have a lot of jobs, the relocate jobs. The 8-man group's taking some time. Alright, let's add some skills on the second planet. Carrying capacity. Freya, Hassan, Joshua, Pay. Alright, so 25. It's pretty good. Wednesday was well mid. Fair. You know what? Wednesdays are mid indeed. It was pretty mid for us too. I would say it was on the better side. It was a nice cold day today. It's kind of weird I say nice cold. I like it cold. And it didn't rain. The rain was clearing up, if anything. So it was kind of nice. Good to see the second spawn up. It is. Right now, though, we're just trying to get some water on the map cleared up. A lot of the ice keeps melting. We're just trying to sieve it. Sieving out some waters, feeding into spawns. And then we're getting our natty gas set up and actually putting a roof on our heads. Sealing up these satellites so that we don't have to deal with the radiation. We got our tower of power set up. I'm in, boys. All the power in the world. Oh, I gotta dig that down. All the power in the world, boys. On this tower. It's looking nice. chlorine gas. It is what it is. Oh yeah, I think I wanted a ladder there. Okay, so we will have to bop this guy. We're gonna go down here. Gonna have to bop the slug, lower the water level down a little bit. Dig this out. Let's get the power lines removed. Our dupes are busy right now. Mamba, I hear you, baby. What's wrong? Hunter, welcome in. I see you over there. 10C. Dang, that's cold. It was 9 Celsius earlier today. Rain was clearing up though. So, dude, it is crazy. It was 100% humidity while it was raining. When it stopped, the humidity immediately went back to 40%. It is dry over here, man. We really needed the water, it looks like. My humidity went from 100 to 40 in the course of like 6 hours. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Oh, fight the slug. Let's go, boys. He's gonna eat all the metal. Oh, with the freaking wall hacks, Teemo. Tactical advantage. This guy was cheating, dude. What the hell? Y'all see that? He was in with the wall hacks. Actually not allowed, dude. No rain here, but cold. Cold weather is nice, man. Cold weather, I feel like it makes more sense to eat something hot and spicy. All right, people of chat, have you ever heard of eating hot soup during the summer to force yourself to sweat? Have you guys ever heard of that? I feel like that's a meme, like it's not real. Like, is that really a thing? During the summertime, it's hot. So the logic is you want to eat something hot so that your body starts naturally trying to sweat. And that cools you down. Hot tea is popular in hot places. Hot and spicy. Hot and spicy, man. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. Hot tea is popular in hot places. You know, I do hear chai is pretty popular. Hot chai in like India. They serve it on the street. It's just, man, when you think about it, it's like, wouldn't you want something cool to, you know, cool down and have it be refreshing? It seems weird, but it's like maybe there's some sort of logic there. You know what I have heard that's very popular? Cold places sell a lot of ice cream. And then the logic with that is, since it's cold, the ice cream won't melt. So you get to take your time to enjoy it. That's the same logic, right? That's the same logic, right? No pufflets. All right. Waiting for them to build insulated might take some time, but it should be okay. Natty gas, auto bottle, sure. Bump that up to a 7. All right, it looks like I have to do this for now, just to pump. Oh, and it's dormant. 37. This is dormant. 1-8. Okay, so this is going to be active again. It's kind of take turns. It's kind of nice. Cold anything's expensive compared to hot drinks. Do you think we will ever discover something called endothermic fire? Will that ever be a thing? It burns cold. Instead of burning hot. But that is true, man. I didn't think about that. It's a lot cheaper to heat something up than to chill something down. I guess another reason why cold places are nice. Just put another sweater on, you're fine. Heat pumps are more efficient, but they cost money. Geothermal heat pumps? You gotta do the big drill project, right? Do the big drill. Spawn looking good. Temperature's evened out. They're endothermic reactions, but fire as a whole plasma generation is strictly exothermic. So it will never be a thing like we find some sort of gas / reaction that achieves it is not going to be possible. You can make cold flames that look like fire but aren't. Oh, you're saying that's an inherent property of fire. Ice pack sodium nitrate. I mean, AC backwards is more efficient than an electric heater. I've never thought about it that way. Doesn't that mean then my PC would make a better heater than a space heater that you get from like Costco? I mean, not that, but it's like if you had something you wanted to cool down, but then it's like you want the room to be warm. Dude, how would you ever have that situation, though? It's cold everywhere, and you want to cool down a room still. Yeah, man, that situation just doesn't happen, right? Can't make more than 100%. But ACs backwards could do as much as 400. Interesting. ACs, man. Alright, so we're going to be able to do this. All the gases are going to float and stabilize. Heat pumps. Backwards AC. Huh. Doesn't that mean something like a server room would be very cost efficient in the wintertime? Constantly running, constantly hot. The new heat pumps are being commercialized for mini ACs. They could bring camping. No way. I've seen some fake stuff on the YouTubes that people are trying to sell as like a new super efficient cooling system. And then you see all the comments. This is fake. This doesn't work. That's one of the things, man. This is fake. This don't work, man. This is a lie. I don't feel the difference. It's less expensive to cool servers in the winter, but it will be better if the heat is used for heat office building. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have like a space like that. Damn, couldn't that mean that, well, that means in the summertime, you really do pay the price, though. Like, imagine you have a server hub, and then in the wintertime, or if it's a cold place naturally, you would just be able to like, warm up the neighboring buildings pretty easily. And it's kind of like win-win, almost. Alright, so we're going to be cleaning up this area. We're going to be setting up a perimeter soon. We will want the food here to be kind of locally, so we'll probably want this to be our eating area. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. So we're going to try to do a 2-level eating area. We'll put tiles here and then maybe not here. I don't know. I might also just spill this down this way. And then just have the water drain down. But wait, I want to start getting some rooms here. If anyone would actually care that much. It's one of those things, man. The idea sounds great, but in practice, there's a lot of, lack of better words, politics. Like, yeah, you could do that and everyone would benefit, but then it's like, how much is this gonna cost us? And you're gonna charge the people to do this? It's not worth. Oh, dude. We're gonna have to pitcher pump this. That sounds like a project you would have in like a management game, though. Like I'm playing RimWorld. It's like I have the AC that cools down the food. I have the exhaust of the AC warming up the room for the plants. And then that way I get to conserve the temperature. It's gonna require combining multiple systems. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. It's one of those things that probably sounds better in like a video game. Perfect world utopia aspect where someone has control of everything. Versus commercial application. Oh, this got built. Okay, so what's the radiation here? 1118 or 11.8. All right, let's put a third layer. Looks like we will want to fill up the layer space here. And then we'll do 2 here and then a solid insulating. Moving, storing, releasing heat's pretty complicated. No, an Oni, dude. All you need to do is have a water box. All you gotta do is have this water box and then works. Totally legit. Steel's at 53. Let's pull out another ton. Dude, this is just way too much water. We are not going through this fast enough. It is. Rhine. We go to minus 22. So shouldn't I be at 0? Am I crazy? No, that freezes the water. Would it ever freeze, though? Alright, let's go down to, like... Yeah, we go down a little bit lower. We're going to, like, 10 degrees. Let's go to 15. This one's at 18. We do a little bit lower. We get close to 0. Hopefully we get to do the temperature warming a little bit better there. More engineers need to play Oni, dude. Hey, man. You might be right. Play some Oni, solve all the problems. Alright, this is melting, doing good. We need to pump up all the waters here. Alright, since our toilet's up here, I'm thinking it kind of makes sense for us to do bedrooms here. This could be the meal hall. So it would be meal hall, then lip, and then this is door. We will eventually replace that once we get enough water. Alright. Bop the logger. It looks like we will. We could give everyone here a private bedroom. We might actually do that. 7. What's the space that they need for this? 24. That's what, 6? We're gonna give them 7. Yeah. Private bedroom time. I don't know if we want a bedroom here, but we could put one. We're gonna put one here, here, here. We're gonna move the suits. We're gonna put bedrooms on the left side as well. I think because of that, it's gonna be like this. And then we're gonna give 7 tiles. Yeah, 7 tiles both sides. And then we have bedroom space now. Now we do that. We're gonna chop these 2 so we can climb up and build. I guess it wouldn't be bad to start digging this out too. Let's leave that level, dig this. Gonna dig all that. Let's dig this, dig that, climb in this way to dig that. Let's dig this. We're gonna have to bop the slug. We don't need to do the farming job there. Okay, this is gonna be meal hall. 40 tiles. Is there 120? 120 banquet hall. This is 40. This is 90. 75. So I do want to put a layer here. We could make it offset on the level space. It's not a big deal. And then that pops out a little bit lower. It's going to be uneven, but I think we're going to be okay with that. We're going to do the airflow tile setup. Cool. Dig that. That got dug. Autosave lag. There's going to be a room that's going to be mad dirty. gonna climb down that line. 1, 2. Alright, build this out. Where you going? Grabbing some rocks, I guess. Gotta move out items. That's what we're doing all day, man. Moving the loots. Alright, this is built. Let's get the ceiling there. We know that we probably want to do triple layer on both sides. Let's bop the door, bop the dig. Okay, CO2 is going into there for now. We just gotta move out the stuff. Another room. Alright, so we do need to keep digging this. Ladder here. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna need 2 more rooms. We could actually put one by the bathroom. Probably don't want to though. This is free space here. That might be rec room. We might just put the room on this floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That might allow us to put the suits in between. Maybe. We'll see, I guess. And then I just need to pump up all the water right there. We don't have pitcher pumps elsewhere, so it should be okay. Building these tiles are fine. Bopping the stuff. And then from here, we gotta do that, and then bop the slug. Okay. Finally gonna be making our base. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We are gonna bop this room, unfortunately. We also understand this is gonna be a ladder space. We'll set that up eventually. We need to move where the water is coming from. We might actually come from the bottom, because this is regular water, so that's just gonna pipe in, and then this is just gonna be pee water we sieve, maybe from the toilet. Maybe. Oops. Nice. Swept out pretty fast. We could put another bedroom down here too. I will consider that. We gotta clean up the map though. You could eat all the seeds you want. A little fishy. And then we're gonna have to sweep so much of the map. It's gonna be such a big task. Alright, we got the 2 there. Let's do that setup. Germs in the air, but it's food poisoning. Food poisoning on a gas dies off relatively quickly. Not only that, food poisoning cannot be contracted via breathing in the game. Food poisoning is only something you could get if you eat something, specifically eating. So that is something with calories on it, or drinking water from the water cooler. They basically have to eat something. So that is going to be the espresso machine, the juicer, the water cooler. They have to basically eat something, soda fountain, with the germs on it. Breathing the gas does not get them sick. It's kind of weird, but at the same time, Can't be mad. Can't be mad about that. Nice. All right, we got to clean up the freaking meal hall. We got to do it. We got to do it. My food is right here. We're eating pemmican, 1.4 million. So pemmican is non-perishable. So what that means is it never rots. So I don't actually need food storage. We just have it on the ground, man. Be like that sometimes. Sometimes you just have the food on the floor. It kind of works out. It kind of works out. Alright, we are going to start dealing with the gold. I lied, not yet. Let's dig this out. Auto save, let's go. We should dig that out, which we do reach. Let's open this up just so that our pit for gases to exhaust out of is a little bit larger. I wouldn't mind opening this. Nice. This is done. We're gonna want the floor there. We're gonna dig this out. We're gonna go through the bottom now. And then we'll eventually get one here. So, not enough space here, but we could use this space as like a suit exit. Potentially. Not sure if I want to do it there. Because what's going to be on the side? Copper volcano, cool steam vent, natty gas, chlorine. Yeah, we don't really need that much. Okay, so this is done. Alright, this is not a vacuum. I kind of do want this to be a vacuum zone. So maybe we get that started now. So we probably bop that. This is a weird room. I don't know if I want to keep it. Let's destroy this for now. Because I feel like we're not going to keep that, man. This is going to let the gases float out. Hopefully vacuum a little bit faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's say this does go through. And I do want to do my liquid lock here. So we'll do a little bit of trimming. Some hot stuff, but that's fine. We will likely want space for a fire pole. We're running lip on that tile, so it would be here. Part of the trim. Get rid of that ladder. All right, so here, and then we do 1, 2. So it would be here. Yeah. And then it lines up with the ladder technically. That kind of works. Yeah. This works. That does indeed work. And then we could liquid lock this. We stop adding gas leaking out. And then we could start sealing up this side and that side. All right, this is an opening now. We're going to remove these floors. Gas pipe's going to go through. We're going to replace this with insulated tiles. And then we're going to remove a bunch of the stuff in here. Then we go to here. Let's open this up. We're going to want this to air out. It's probably going to take a little bit too long, though, so we might want to actively pump it. I want the satellite to be in a vacuum. Or a single gas type, which I don't think we're going to be able to get. Alright, natty gas is in, though. Alright, this is going to be more sweepage. Seal up that side. 1, 2, 3, 4. We gotta wait for the water to get removed on that side. Still sweeping out this floor. Alright, so what is this? 11 and 14. So I think we could do it like this. Water cooler. And then we move the conveyor belt. Like that. And then we'll just ladder here. Oh, we have no one with mechatronics. Oh, Timo could do it. Timo's gonna be mad, though. There's someone else that could do it. Oh, Bonnie. Bonnie kind of mad. Alright, we're gonna remove the dig skill from Bonnie. You know what? We could just literally make the Great Hall, and that'll be good enough. Alright, so 2 tables. 4 tables. 114. And then we need a displayed ornament. Oh no, bro. Did they fill this with water? Are they drinking this? Zero surface germs. Let's go. Alright, so for this to work, we need the ornament to be this, Can you send an ornament through the teleporter? Is that a thing? It would be miscellaneous, right? I don't think you can. Can use tech component databank. You can't send the ornaments. Wait, does that mean Dude, that's so jank. So you can't make a banquet hall on other planets. Is that real? Is there a story trait we could do here? Yeah, and you can't. You, without sending it on a rocket spacefarer, you would literally have to send a rocket, put it in the spacefarer manually. Dude, that's so jank. Yeah. The problem is that we can't launch rockets. If you can't put it in a conveyor, doesn't that mean you can't use the interplanetary launcher either? And we have no story traits here to be able to fulfill. That's very unfortunate. Alright, man. We're just gonna do the Great Hall, I guess. We are missing decor item. Great Hall it is. What can we display? The bomb lily boys, it's time. Yay, it works. Let's go. Great Hall +4. That should be good enough to keep Bonnie happy. She's -2, but she's gonna have a Great Hall bonus now. Let's put the feather on the other one. Might as well. And then we will get the paintings in soon. We just, I mean, we do it now. We have space for the tall ones now. Cancel. I need to make that out of gold. Damn, I did cobalt again. God damn it. Sweat corn, sure. Ooh, this guy's a beast. I kind of have to take this guy, man. They should give you a ornament from the printing pot. I feel like that would be kind of nice. And what I mean is, like, you could randomly get that as an item. And it's purely an ornament, so it's just a decor item. Ice keeps melting. Lumen quartz count. Having printing pod drop a lumen quartz would be kind of interesting. I don't know if that counts as an ornament though, the category. Alright, we're just gonna stop mopping here. Let them just deal with that. It is. Oh man, if the gods will it, why not? If the gods will it, man. Alright, no one here's a decorator. They'll be able to fix that soon. What's going on, Ghosty? What's going on? We are finally getting some living arrangements. We have some private bedroom space that we're going to be setting up soon. We finished our ceiling and gas storage space. We're going to be sealing up our satellite here that generates way too much radiation with a lot of plastic. The spawn is up. We made the submerged setup. We're just not consuming the oxygen yet. We have an aqua tuner attached to it on a steam turbine. We have our tower of power set up so that all the natty gas that we're burning off gets stored, and then we're using the power now. So we're cleaning up the map, and then eventually we're going to start deodorizing this dirty oxygen. And then hopefully the dupes are going to be happy. We're also digging out more of the map so that we could start taming the geysers. Right now it's just doing power with the natty gas. Once that's situated and we don't have to run wheels anymore, we free up a little bit of labor. So we're doing a lot of sweeping just to make sure the items are removed from the different floors. But yeah, man, just got a great haul up. Bavid, welcome in. How are you? I see you over there. Hope you're having a good one, Bavid. Hello, hello. We'll take the water over here. How much of the map is mined out? This is the second planet, so a lot of it is mined out. But yeah, I want to make it so that they don't have to wear their suits all the time. So we need to make it like a base area and then deal with the gases. That's another thing. Gotta make sure all my gases are handled on this planet. Just waiting for time to put the daughter to bed. She watches BBS Kids, and I'm now watching you. Hey, I see you over there, Ghosty. I remember, man, when I had to babysit my nieces and nephews. They'd be watching these weird TV shows, and I was like, what are we watching, man? And it was something called Yo Gabba Gabba. To this day, I still don't know what that show's about. I just know it was there. And I was like, alright, man, we watching this. The wifey banned that one. Really? Why? There's something bad about that show? I don't know anything about the show, man. All I know is that it was on the kids network. That's some tall batteries. Hey, man. My battery long, dude. That's all I gotta say. My battery real long. I believe we learned today on the crossword that Hawaiian for long is loa. Big loa, boys. We got the big loa. Only way to do it. Alright, so we're going to reroute our belt line here so that all future food gets dropped off there. Minecraft movie! Oh my god, I didn't think about it, but yeah, that's probably very popular with the kids. Minecraft movie? I didn't think about that at all. I remember when that came out, I was like, oh, it's probably going to flop. You know, it is what it is. But then I was like, oh yeah, there's kids. They be pogging about it. You know the kids, man. I'm pogging, you know. Hey, I gotta ask, Ghosty, you ever eat dinner with a daughter? And she goes, "Thank you for dinner, mom and dad. That was pogging, easy clap." At the dinner table? Did they ever say that to you? And then you're just like, what? Like, what just happened, man? What are you talking about? I saw the long gummy in a store. Oh, the long man? Oh, hell yeah, dude. You should have bought it, man. My son isn't speaking yet, thankfully. I see you over there, Alpha. Hey, man. One of these days, he might be saying that, man. It's going to be so jank. Lava Chicken Song is in my dreams, along with the classic Let It Go. I was so lucky. Our DVD player broke. That's what we told my sister when when I was babysitting for her daughters. And she had Frozen on DVD. I was like, oh no, man, DVD player don't work. So we watching Pokemon. She go, oh, okay. Lucked out in that one, man. No, she isn't that old yet. But she does like to yell 6-7. Does she know about the dad joke? Why is 6 afraid of 7? 'Cause 7, 8, 9. Oh no, bros. Oh no. 7, 8, 9. She does that? Yeah, it's a classic, man. It's hard to be mad about that, though. She knows that one. Yeah, that one really do be the classic. Can't really be mad. Alright, we have some empty space here, which is fine. Do you know why 10 was scared? Why was 10 scared? But the kids doing the 6-7 thing just to annoy the adults makes me laugh. Wifey hates that also. I'm not even sure what the 6-7 thing is. I feel like I'm out of the loop. And maybe thankfully I am. For, you know, all the right reasons. Above 1,000. Unnecessary runnings. Dump the gas. Nice. Damn, I see you over there, Fadaika. I see you over there. I can't believe he said this. Water lock at the top looks good. Alright, uncheck that. I see you, Marcalto. So we're finally gonna get some beds for these guys. These are just barracks. What do I need for the upgraded rooms? No cots, comfy bed. Tile space, 4 tiles. Decor building, 2. And then back walls, okay. So everyone gets a potted plant. Everybody. We got a bunch of different colors too. Nice. Isn't Oni going out with multiplayer? Wait, Oni multiplayer? How? I didn't hear about this. Oni multiplayer? What in the world? Oh, it's a mod. That doesn't mean anything. Mods don't matter. The problem with multiplayer mods is that they're never stable. You run into the problem where somebody desyncs or half the players desync, and then you have to quit the game, rejoin the game every 10 minutes. I know that because that was the experience we had when we were doing multiplayer RimWorld. That was interesting. The multiplayer RimWorld, man. Alright, we gotta trim this. And then try to trim that. I probably bop this door. And then bop these two. And then finally get the seal in. Go in that way. And then we have to go back this way, which is fine. We are going to put regular tiles here. And then a door. And then probably ladder. And then this is going to be something we're going to be mining out. We're going to let this air out the space so we could naturally vacuum. This is also going to naturally vacuum. Okay, so the thing we want to do now then is starvation. Oh, we never gave you access to the food. That's my bad. There we go. Go get your food, buddy. Take the blossom seeds, I guess. Okay, so this is going to be filtering out stuff that we don't really need to have being filtered. Alright, so Mafic, we're going to start adding our tiles over the natural stuff here. We're going to dig this out. Start putting in natural tiles. Should I anchor the natural gas temp to -50 or let it drift all the way down to -63? It's been surprisingly able to spot higher temps. That's really up to you, man. I feel like at that point, it's kind of preference. Do you have any real use for it? You could have it burn at -160. But it's like, it's one of those things. You could just run it through a buffer tank. Or a couple of buffer tanks, or maybe even infinite storage. And then when you need power, you tap into it. And then you could just bridge out from that line so that you get priority on it. There's a lot of ways, a lot of things you could do, but it really depends on like what you need to get done. If you need to get anything done. Needs to run non-stop or disable. Yeah, probably just run that into infinite storage then. Just so that it always has space to empty out. That wouldn't be bad. Classic infinite storage. Right now, making about 7,000 kilojoules of wasted power. I mean, I'm doing the same thing. So many of my turbines run. Yo, man, get a battery bank. You know what you need to get Darkeract? One of these. You gotta get one of these, man. That's about 20 million joules of power. Each one is 100,000. How do you keep stacking? You hit limit, remove the top one, build a new platform. Build a new one. Hit limit, remove the top one, build a platform, and keep stacking it. So if I do a power line, we have a small little like band-aid power line attachment because they're technically separate systems. So when you have modules on the same rocket, the battery power is shared just intrinsically. However, because of how we did it, you know, A little bit weird. If you look at this, this is SS Survey Hope, and this is Sputnik. Since it's different rockets, you have to tie it together with a power line. Yeah, and that's because rocket batteries don't heat up. Rocket batteries don't heat up. Yeah, we're taping it together, man, effectively. Not only are they very cost effective at 100,000 for 6 tiles, the regular one is only 40,000 and it's 4 tiles. So it's like for 50% more tile space, I get 2.5 times 250% more capacity. It's always going to be better. They bleed the same amount as a regular battery. 400 joules. That's actually smart battery territory. 400 joules. So it bleeds like a smart battery, doesn't generate heat, stacks up more capacity. It's just really good. The only downside is that you have to have the refined metal to get it started, because the platform costs 800 for you to build your first one. After you build it, you just hit add module, and it's like just a little bit of metal ore. You cannot automate it now. That's the one thing that doesn't really work out. So a lot of times you would do this if you need to store the power. So a very popular one is probably taming a volcano. You have to have the turbines running in order to cool down the material you're getting. Otherwise, it's just a lot of heat. The magma stacks up. You don't want that. So you want to cool everything down, and then you just have a battery bank. Same thing for solar panels. You need to survive the nighttime, right? That's going to be the dark pie cut right here. The little pie slice. That's nighttime. No light. So you need to be able to have power buffered and stored for the solar panels if you're relying on that. Which is why, again, you would need these. Otherwise, everything else that burns the resource at a generator that you have to feed in, that typically would be a smart battery thing. Yeah, man, dude. Do it. Let us know how it works out, man. What's nighttime is when all the shine bugs die out because you forget to feed them. There's another thing too where shine bugs produce light based off of their happiness, I think. I might be wrong. If the wild or tame has that specifically, but there's a property like that where if they're unhappy because they're crowded, because they're constrained in a space, as a result they produce less light. Someone correct me, please. If they're miserable, which is a happiness thing, right? Right here, mood miserable, and that's when their happiness goes down to -10. They don't even produce light, so you gotta make sure you keep them happy too. That's the only thing that kind of sucks about that. I see you, Ghost Rider. Welcome in. All right, everyone's here gonna get a marble statue. There's a time I was thinking about making a Shinebug ranch to spread light around the colony of solar panel. But between being miserable and rads, now it sounds like a bad time. They're playing base game. They don't have the radiation aspect. I found a video. Need glass diamond to make them work. The video shows a trick to put them in a 1 tile space. Waterlock. Oh yeah, you're talking about this. It stops any critter that drowns. This is all you need. These 3 tiles. And they literally can't leave the box. This works for anything that doesn't have the ability to breathe underwater. So fish, poke shells, plug slugs. since they could swim, all of them, they technically could slip out of here. Everything else, though, hatches, Drecos, pips, they all get stuck by this. So this is going to be a representation of anything that climbs on the walls and drowns. They're basically stuck in the box. If you haven't seen, I have a Dreco design on the YouTubes. This is the ideal setup for a Dreco. They can't go into the water because the Drecos, you know, drown, right? It's the same thing. You could trick the AI into not walking on the walls. Because it's like, if you have Drecos, them being on the walls, meaning that when you want to brush them, they have to walk all the way around. And your rancher is just over there doing the kiss kiss sound. Hey, go over here. You know, at the grooming station and waiting like the full cycle. Because these guys be mad slow. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Alright, we could I mean, I don't need to replace that. We could, though. The bottom room is chilling the Drecos. But yeah, that drop block thing works for anything. So hopefully that helps out, man. But yeah, we gotta dig this. I am gonna move the water sieve system lower. We're gonna run this down this way. I tried pushing little pools of water to make an island and that's stable, but it would sometimes get past it. Okay, so it's not... So there's a big difference that you gotta realize. This is probably a great example. If you go to liquid and hover over the liquid, the amount matters because the amount dictates the tile size. There is a difference between the trace amount of water here and this specific tile. Because of the solid tile above it, there's contact, and then liquids have to take up the whole tile. This actually creates a full liquid tile instead of a trace amount, and this is what they're scared of. This doesn't matter, but because the top and bottom stretch the liquid out to a full tile, that's what stops them. So what I said earlier about the 3-tile lock, you need specifically that setup right here. And then my Dreco box has that on the corners, right here. This tile doesn't matter. It's these 3 that do. Drecos could literally climb this way in a full liquid lock, like this. A Dreco could go from here to here, upside down. They will jump from here to that way, right? And they will only avoid it if that center tile is has a lead in that's a little bit it's weird, but yeah, you gotta have this 3-tile setup. It's weird, man. It's really hard to really like describe the logic behind it. So if it's a lock or a pool, it needs to be deep enough to force full submersion. You could either do it this way because it tricks the AI, or fill it up all the way. Now the problem is that if you fill up the water tile all the way, like this, right? You might get this situation. 1199. Its max tile is at 1200. If you don't hit max tile 1200 and you're at 999, the game doesn't give it to you. It's so stupidly punishing. Which is why a lot of times I would actually just recommend getting a heavy liquid and doing the 3-tile setup like this. Because the alternative is to get a full tile, but if you're a little bit under, they still slip past. I don't know why it's like that though. But yeah, otherwise, if they're afraid of water, man, then they drown. That's typically going to be the way that works. Is that a new behavior? I don't remember it being like that, but I've also been using the one-way shenanigans as long as I can remember. That's not new. That used to happen to my Drego builds, and I got mad. I was like, why is this Drego bringing out? Yes. The contact with the in-game rule set of how the... How do I say this? How the entities in this game, regardless of how little the mass is on that tile, takes up a full tile. Right? Because everything is full tile based in this game. It's based off of that game design. That logic works that way. Right? No matter how little of a gas you have, it's always going to occupy at least a tile and expand. Same thing with liquid. You could get a drop of liquid. Right? Like you see my Draco box. 300 grams, that's a drop lock. And it's to have a vacuum here so that the heat from the inside and outside could be vastly different. Yeah, the upside down thing, that they broke out of my ranch designs long time ago, which is why I developed this. I was like, you know what? If they just can't go here, this lock doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's weird. Because another thing is, if you do a liquid lock, you're going to have a door somewhere. Otherwise, you don't get the ranch room for the stable, and you can't groom. So you have to, at some point, impede them from leaving with full tiles. So they could be just popping out, popping in. You could probably check that out now. Just do a full liquid lock, spawn in some Dragos, and see if they climb in. Alright, so we're back. We got the ladder in, so we can seal this. Let's get another comfy bed. We're gonna be at 5. I want to move this to here. And then we are going to run the sieve here. Very excessive. And then we're going to run a buffer sieve. And this is just going to consume all the bottled pea water so that it could just feed in nonstop. And then we're going to remove this setup. Moving it there allows us to use the power line. Visible scale regrowth, rethink things, yeah. Sharing the excess Dracos was kind of OP. It was. Even then, all you gotta do is limit the amount of Dracos on this room, right? So you allow a certain amount, and then you just have the rest evolve. And you would still just get all the reed fibers and plastics that you would need. So good. Like, if anything, the miserable change just made it so that we had more food coming out of our Draco build. That's really all that meant. That was just more food. Didn't they just forget to do that to Glossies? I'm not gonna lie, man. I've never noticed that change about miserable and shearing for I don't even know how long. I'm not even sure. Alright, we're gonna do sweeping here. We gotta start cleaning the floors, man. We're just gonna dump everything into the water at the bottom of the map. Everything's so gross. Oh yeah, I gotta do drywall. That's right, thank you, Makoto. Let's do some decoration designs. We gotta use granite for the plus decor 20%. Okay. We are going to do weird setups. We're going to do a red weird setup here. Okay. This is a weird stripe. And then we'll put a small mini stripe next to that. Let's double up that pattern. Look at that pattern. It's like two crown moldings pressed up against each other. This crown molding right here. Oh, it's ceiling trim. It's like we tilted it and put it next to itself. Okay. Is there another one we could try to mess with? We got the checkerboard, which is kind of hard to make look good. Oh, we also have these charcoal points. The natural one is to do something like this. This is charcoal, right? Do we have the solid? We do. And then we just run clean white. Get some diamonds on there. We get another one. We got the red inverse chili corner. There is the stripes. They just don't look that good. We're gonna do center X. We will do that with the yellow. Okay. Oops. We got this weird Pac-Man design. And then we will do the white on the rest. We got the weird X. You know, we're gonna change these. There we go. And then what else can we do? You can only do so much with this. Can you do the cool S? Oh, that's way too hard, man. That's way too hard. Maybe with the pixel pack, not with the drywall, though. That's a little tough. Alright, we're gonna be lazy on this one. We're just gonna give him the regimental stripes. Okay. Sweeping. Man, that was fast. This is done too. All right, so we're gonna take this, copy paste. Let that finish. Okay, this is done. Bop that. Bop this. Bop that. These pipes, we're gonna be running off of here now. I will want this plastic. We will also want fire pole here. We probably do want to continue the tiles here, because I feel like we're gonna have a lot of water. This is gonna come up. I built a sand seashell ranch at last. Needed lime, but the wood polluted dirt ratio feels kind of awful. Wait. Wood polluted dirt, sandy shell. Sandy shell is the one that cleans germs and gives you shellfish. You get no lime from sandy shells. Am I wrong? They don't give you any molt, right? Oh, pokey shell. Okay. The pokey shells. Wood to pea dirt. You're converting wood to pea dirt? Wait, what? Wood to pea dirt. Oh, ethanol. You're making ethanol. Go to the ethanol distiller. Right here. Yeah. Yo, man. So you put 1 kg and you get 333. I mean, you get ethanol, though. And then you could feed the ethanol into a petroleum gen. And then you get pea water that you could sieve for more pea dirt. And then you'd be getting sands from the pokey shells anyways. I'm not sure if that's what you wanted, though. Oh, you have too much power? Hey, man. With great power comes a little bit of responsibility. True words have never been said. The last time I did an entire map filled with CO2. Dude, your map is probably already filled with CO2. Ethanol distillers make more CO2 than the petroleum gens. I'm not even kidding. The CO2 actually comes from ethanol, not anything else. It's kind of crazy. But that's... It actually really do be like that sometimes. The ethanol is actually where the problem's at. It generates a very impressive amount, man. Very impressive. I love overpressuring my atmosphere with CO2, man. It's too true to life, man. It really is. Too true for me, IRL. I think the CO2 piled up in my O2 section that caused electrolytes to go crazy for you, Zygos. Oh, dude, man. My pumps are the only thing that goes crazy, man. They chillin' otherwise. Oh, we got the water. Alright, so 2 bottle drainers makes that kind of nice. Sweep out all of these items. Ended up with about 20 kgs of O2 per tile for a while near my trees. Oh, and then the trees stopped growing due to pressure. That's the funny thing, man. Plants having an overpressure point at 10 kgs. Pretty much across the board, except for like 2-3 plants. Super meme a bunch of times. I remember I bopped my Sporkit build because I forgot almost because I used the high pressure vent. I was like, I'm just gonna fill this up with all the CO2. And then I realized, wait a second. They're gonna not do their thing anymore because it's too much. They don't think it'd be like it is, man, but it do. Oh yeah, I'm running a bionic colony, so I don't care about O2 pressure as long as it's under 10 kgs. Overgrowths don't have one? Really? You that's like lore accurate. Back in the dinosaur days, there was just way too much oxygen. So the plants themselves also adapted. That makes way too much sense. Right? Isn't that what it was? There was just so much oxygen, the trees were giant, the dinosaurs were giant. Everything was huge. So that makes a lot of sense that it'd be like that. That's a lot of items. Oh no, bro. Bad gas. Alright, so... a bunch of liquid everywhere. I need to start pumping up the CO2. This is technically a makeshift ladder. We should go down, though. I need to start pumping, though. Removing all the CO2 would be really nice. I am not sure which period that was. I just remember something about the reason why the dinos were so big was because of something to do with the amount of oxygen that was present. Something oxygen was included. And then because it was like, hey man, we're just gonna breathe more. And you know, and then they breathe all the oxygen. The bugs with a 2.5-foot wingspan, yo man. Can you imagine mosquitoes being so big they used to kill you outright? I was imagining that. The mosquitoes did not change how they get their energy and survive. They were just 2.5 feet wingspan. Giant mosquitoes. Stabbing folks and draining them dry. And that was the beginning of the legend of the Chupacabra. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. We run the granite. And I would just run it straight in, I guess. 6-foot long centipedes, dude, that's the scariest thing, man. I'm a legs guy. I like legs. Like when I eat fried chicken, I get drumsticks. But goddamn, dude, centipedes have way too many. Drinking your blood from the boba straw, yeah, man. They got the big straw, dude. The extra thick stuff. Something about insects not being great at absorbing O2 under current circumstances. Man, I can't even imagine. I guess it's kind of like because we grow up with the idea that, oh yeah, they're gonna be that size. And we're kind of just used to that. Makes me think of like anything larger just sounds insane. It really does. Okay, I got an idea with this ladder. Maybe we don't need that insulated. And then we do it like that. Okay, we got an idea here. That could work. Practically alien planet, yeah man. let's pop these two. Bezo Bufo would be what I would be most afraid of. What is this guy, man? Is that like Beelzebub, the demon, mixed with a Muffalo from Don't Starve? Beefalo. Giant frog. Oh, isn't that the guy from Shaolin Soccer? I mean, Kung Fu Hustle. He was the last boss of the show. Something like that. Literally Demon Toad. Yo, man. Y'all talking about them battle toads? It literally eats dinosaurs? Wow. I mean, dinosaurs come in all shapes and sizes. They're eating the little velociraptors. Frogs also are scary if they were huge. I mean, they don't bite, though. Wouldn't they just, you know, do the fish thing, swallow you whole, and then let the acid do the thing? Dude, I have seen the, what do you call those? The raindrop frogs that are like super cute and chubby. And it's like, I saw them trying to be fed and it was a struggle. I'm not even kidding, man. I remember watching them trying to be fed. It was so funny. They would literally get the worm put in front of them and they would blink twice and be like, oh man, is that a bug? And then they would try to lick it and it would miss, but it would start chewing like it hit it, and then the worm would literally crawl away. It's so like comical, man. Goddamn raindrop frogs. Their instincts have deteriorated, man. They really have. No, they're called raindrop frogs. The name of the frog that's probably the most popular is called Potato Chan. Like, that's just what the owner named it. I think the breed, the proper breed, is raindrop frogs, though. Like, they're really hard to take care of. We putting water here? Let's put brine. And then since we have a way in, we can seal this up. We don't have water pipe space. We probably do just relocate that and run it across the top. That makes a lot more sense. At least to there. And then we'll put some, oh, we could just have that feed into here. And that feeds into the spawn. Yeah. There's some invasive frogs too. American bullfrog, voracious appetite. Dude, I don't know much about frogs outside of the fact that they eat mosquitoes, and that means they're cool in my book. Because, goddamn, man, when they be eating the mosquitoes, I'm like, hell yeah. Not about the mosquitoes, man. Really not. Alright, this is taking some time before it's gonna actually pump, so we're just gonna remove this for now. The CO2 line is almost ready, if not ready. If it wasn't so dry in Cali, I would imagine getting some frogs would be nice anti-mosquito pets. Though they probably don't work like what you see on the YouTubes. I saw the one video where it was like a baby iguana, like the size of your thumbnail. And it was like the guy had 2 of them in his hands. And he moved it towards a fruit fly that was chilling on the wall. And then it was like, they did the commentary. At this moment, you could see this iguana locked in, and you could see it notices the bug. And then they put gunshots for the tongue licks. Wow. And it worked out pretty well, man. They got the fruit flies. 1 shot, 1 kill. Oh, wow. Alright, so this worked out. Let's get some tiles here. Because now we have gas flow problems. Like, we're pumping, but the gas flows suck. I need to start capturing more of the gas. Alright, we're going to do something weird. We're going to take everything here, because it's probably ice. Just move it across here, where it can melt at the bottom of the map. Invasive frogs. I have never seen frogs be like a danger to the, like, ecosystem / environment. Not that they can't. I just don't know how that looks like. Like, what happens, man? I don't understand what the damage would be. All right. So this area now is locked out, which means this will naturally eventually vacuum. And then this is liquid locked. We kind of want to make sure there's no gas leak here. And then we want this to vacuum. This door is locked. And then we're basically going to fill up this space here with water reservoirs. Yeah. I should be able to do this. Once the gas line is ready. Oh, it is. This should just work, right? There's no bridges. Yeah, it should just work. Cane toads are often invasive because they're super poisonous and they eat a lot. No one wants to eat them. Isn't there a restaurant called Cane's? Isn't that what they sell? Frog legs? Is that how that works? The Cane's got the frog legs. Now we're gonna cut this. Alright, we're in. Decon. We're going to replace this with a plastic ladder to get into this room. We're going to remove this entirely. You will have to go through the top this way to go to the right side. It's going to be a little suck, but... No, actually, we're going to have to keep this open, right? 400, 200. I'm going to open this tile as well, so we have more tiles to off-gas. Oh, it's a chicken restaurant. My bad. You know what you say, man? Frogs are the chicken of the pond. The chicken of the ponds. Yo, man. You okay, Ashkan? You stutter stepping. Nope. Alright, so we climb up that way. We could remove this now. We will also want to remove all of these tiles. Let's remove these 2 first. Someone's gonna get stuck, man. Alright, and then we could remove these. Remove these tiles, get the second layer of plastic. And then we want to just be up to here. Ladder from here to here. We could be okay with the brine. Alright, so pipeline setup. It's probably going to be something like this. This is probably going to be into here. I am probably okay to bop the ladder. Come up this way, right? And then we're just going to have this filled up with water reses. We're going to get some more here, probably some more here. This autosave lag. Alright, so we are not going to be actively pumping. We're just going to let this air out so we don't need the dupes to work. And we're just going to be building stuff. We are going to be going through the water that's on the map, the P water, so we have a lot of time. From this side, we could dig that. Moving out all those items there so the ice gets to the bottom. And then we're going to dig open some space so that the gas flows a little bit better. Yeah, this is so thin. 100 grams. Here, here, here. So we're just going to be digging through and hollowing this out. Dig that through, go down, open up this room. Here, here. 3, 3. And then we start trimming this a little bit more. This is polluted oxygen, which I don't really mind. I guess we could try to seal this up so the gases here don't become a problem. But I do want to pump up the natty gas so that we could dump it back. Ooh, this is being almost done. Okay, so realistically, we could just decon this. And then move the pitcher pump closer. It would probably be this tile, that tile. It's getting cleaned up, boys. It's looking pretty good. You guys are still sleeping next to the radiation. That's not good, fam. It is what it is, though. All right, milligrams here. This is still grams. Okay, more reses. That's fine. One space gap. This is going to be only pump when it's above. So we're waiting here, and I know this is 95C, and these overheat at 75, and we're using copper. The reason is because once we get into a vacuum, the temperature of the water inside is not going to matter. And another thing that's not going to matter is we're going to be pumping more than it could produce. This is 8.4 and this is going to be 10. So we're going to be able to keep up with the geyser, so it's never going to overfill. That way, it makes it a little bit easier on us. And then we got to get our triple layer in. And then all we're really going to do is get more reservoirs so we could buffer the feed. We are going to give the water geyser priority over whatever it's going to be here, which is mainly going to be the natty gas gens, pea water. And then probably, I mean, we don't need one for the toilet overflow because we have a bog jelly for that. It's probably okay. Autosave lag. Alright, so these guys are going to be more or less good. We're going to be running an extra suit line this way for them to go this way. I just realized we probably don't want them going up here with the suits unless that's outside. Maybe we go up and then that's how you leave to the top. And then we have some outdoor activities over here. One of the things we could do, which we probably won't, I was thinking maybe that would be kind of smart. It's probably not. Is try to get beach chairs. Yeah, no, I just realized, man, we're blocking all the light. Stop the meteors from hitting us. And since we're not going to be doing a lot of the other stuff, I don't think it's that big of a deal. We're not doing rocket launching, anything like that. Okay, so that's going to be good. I have a couple bedrooms. This got moved out. Nice. Is a natural beach chair worth the space rats? You would... Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. The only thing that doesn't give you rads is, I think, the Mercury ceiling light. That's actually good enough. But realistically, yeah, man, the beach chair gives you rads. I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Because it is a decent boost, but at the same time, when do you really need, like, actually need that beach chair boost? Sun lamps? Sun lamps work too, yeah. They're mad expensive, though. Each one of these is 960 watts. At that point, though, it's an argument of, do you want sun lamps or transit tubes? Because it's so much power. Like, you have to kind of, like, pick and choose, I feel like, at that point. The beach chairs work well with boop downtime. Feels okay, man. 16 ceiling lights with 1 lamp works for 2 chairs. Yo, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Since they don't miss an entire sleep schedule. Oh, I see. Yeah, the beach chair is a long time for them to get their buff. I recall I originally flipped my schedule so downtime is after sleep, in case they take extra time to recreate. I see you. And buff lasts 3 days of work. Yeah, but it's like, when do you ever need that buff, though? Right? I feel like because of how many buffs you have options-wise in the game, they're just better options. Downtime, man. Union mandated downtime. They know how it works, man. If you don't take your breaks, the company's gonna yell at you. I needed it. Or no, I guess you don't really need it. 12, 8, and then good to go, yep. Boops have less rec options. The 1-day ones are useless. I guess that's fair. If you want a multi-standing buff. Just because of the fact that, yeah, you're not eating every day. Great Hall bonus doesn't last long enough. So yeah, most buffs only last for a full cycle, and they eat every 3 days. So they wouldn't get that Great Hall bonus for all 3 days. They only get it for like the first. Right? Because of how most buffs only last a cycle. That doesn't matter though to normal dupes because they would do everything every day. Right? Another thing is that boops don't sleep. Sleep is the biggest minus stress in the game. Sleeping is a minus 20 or a minus 30 per second you sleep. Not minus 20 per second, but it's like, you know what I'm saying. You get that minus mod for the active time of your sleeping period. So it's like really good stress reduction, especially when you're playing max difficulty. Now, because of that, It's actually a strat to let the dupes sleep longer. Because they will sleep until the end of their bedtime, and then they will sleep past it too if they're tired. So it's like letting them sleep or making them sleep more often will help with the stress management. It's just that it's like when a dupe is sleeping, they're not doing anything. That kind of sucks. They had to buff certain buffs for the boobs. That makes sense. I'm surprised that there's no sunny deposition module. No, we moved in ice water. God damn it, dude. And we made ice. P water be -11. All this ice water that's melting. Alright, we are gonna get that happening all the time. If they at least display the morale lane for every buff in the game, be nice. There is. It's just you have to tooltip it. Appreciate it. Time remaining 24 seconds. Unless you're saying like a catalog of every buff in the game and how long it lasts. That might be something on the wiki, but yeah, otherwise there's nothing like that in the game unless you have it active. Mouse over, man. You mean like the old sightseeing module? No. The neural vacillator buff. You know, neural vacillator, you get 4 buffs. You get the deep diver's lungs, beefsteak, sunny deposition is one of them. And then the last one, I forgot what it was. Regenerative, you regenerate more HP every time you sleep or something like that. Sunny deposition was a flat stress minus mod that you would get from the vacillator, right? That's what I was talking about. I feel like that should be something like we have the tech, so to speak. Should be something that the boop should have had the option to do. Morale, how do I tooltip morale buff? Let me see and open the game right now. So morale buff, if you go over morale, you have it right there. And then I guess that's true. You don't tooltip the Great Hall buff. That is true. You wouldn't actually see that. Yeah, like a booster. That's what I'm saying. Like a booster, they could put in like a research module. That's what I'm saying. They should make that into a booster you can make to give the boops. It's already in the game. It's just giving them a mod that you would otherwise only get from a neural vacillator. Okay, so you can't tell the timer. I see what you're saying now, Dark Iraq. You can't see all the buffs on it. Dude, that'd be interesting. You could start getting some of the traits that dupes have and make them into a booster. Rad Eater. However, the boop emanates radiation. So you fuse together Rad Eater and glow stick. And then it's like you already know what people are gonna do. I'm just gonna park this boop inside my Jeremy area. And he's just gonna make microchips there all day for me. While becoming a natural disinfectant. Like, you know that's gonna happen, man. It has to. Alright, it's back up to 19. The water here is above 0. Alright. It's not gonna break anymore, hopefully. We gotta do this one at a time. You could still do that if you give them uranium batteries. Yeah, but wouldn't that just be the uranium batteries though? Like you wouldn't need the boop. Or wait, is that patched? Can you still stack uranium batteries in a single tile and get a natural source? Do parking strats, do commute time, big conventional base design. Yeah. Either you tube up the planet or you do modular design, which is kind of tough. Modular design, I feel like, requires you to have, whatchamacallit? You gotta have, one of the indefinite foods. They don't give it. There was this thing upon release where uranium batteries on the floor would emanate radiation. Emanate. Emit. Emanate. Goddamn, this English. They would emit radiation just with the battery on the floor. So people would just make a lot of batteries and put them on a single tile and harvest rads off of it. That was in the beta. So yeah, that's not active in the live version, right? Yeah, okay. I was like, yeah, couldn't you just do that? I was like, oh, it's just not in the game. Oh, okay. Don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, so we know that we will likely run a pipeline here to feed. We are probably going to want to run a merge line here. Right? To pick up the waters. Which could mean that we could fill this up with airflow instead. Move that there. Insulated tile. They give off less radiation and boop than a battery discharger, but hooking up uranium battery dischargers like a light bulb is wonderfully way to clean germs early game now. Wait, uranium batteries. Didn't you need to get the special battery that's a little bit deep in the tree? Or are you talking about the just making them instead of using another metal ore? Oh no, uranium ore power bank. Oh yeah, they have their own. And that is early, right? Oh, it's literally right here. You see the pattern, but it's not this. Oh no. Oh, it's right here. Radbull Tech. I see you, man. I see you over there. I mean, if it works, man. I feel like germs, though, just... Man, they need a... I hate to say that they need to make germs better. Because it's like, it just sounds weird to say. But that's really what it is, man. They gotta make germs a little bit more impactful. Alright, natty gas is coming in. Getting our pipeline soon. We're going to be getting our airflows there. 1, 2, 3. I guess we could do it here. And then this insulated tile is not needed. Or maybe we do want to run it up. One, two, three. Then we run this down. Okay, and then we'll probably want to do something similar on this side. Plastic ladder here. Yeah, plastic should be fine. Then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I feel like roadmaps are an early access thing. I don't really feel like you would have a roadmap for a game that's in Oni's kind of like stage of its career. I mean, I might be just wrong, and maybe they'll have one. But you know what I'm saying, man? Like, it's like Oni kind of is what it is already. You know, I don't know if we want these here, because I'm thinking about it. How do I even feed these? Oh, super meme strat. Pass through. Weird buffer strat. Don't they have roadmap for Don't Starve in a larger stage than Oni? I haven't seen the Don't Starve roadmaps. I'm gonna be honest. I can't say I've seen those. So I will have to say no, but I'm probably just wrong. All right, all the water is gonna get stored here now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 20. 20 times 5. 100 tons. Okay. So we would have to be in a bad situation where 100 tons of water buffer is not enough. I don't need to fill it up. I just need to make sure this never fills up. So 8.4 per second. It's a 5594, so it's about 60% uptime versus 40% downtime. We need to analyze this, and there will be a dormancy period for us to empty this out. So 4 is about half of the eruption amount. So every time it erupts, we'll be able to consume half. During its active period, which we need to analyze, we need to find out whether or not it's active long enough that this fills up eventually. And then we need to make sure that we could satisfy that. And then if we can, we should be good. Hot water. And then extra water down here. Alright, let him build. We gotta do the plastic stuff still. I guess that didn't really matter how these pipelines worked. At the end, it worked out pretty well. Little bit of lag. All right, so we could have this area be part of the base. We just want suits to be able to use it, which is okay. Now we do want another suit area. I guess that could be right here. Let's do this. Because we do want to get this floor in at some point. Go up and run across. And then we'll have stuff in there. And then that should signify outside of the base. I do want this within the inside. Same thing with the other teleporter. And then I do think this might be another inside-outside setup. Could we do something weird? We do a 2-space gap here. And then we allow suit space and then new room. Align it up top. I wouldn't be able to get 2 rows of suits though. We could do the jank setup. There is the ultimate jank setup. We still don't have the tile space to pull it off. You guys want to know something weird? If you do this setup, it works. This works. Everything here goes through this checkpoint. All these suits. It's really weird that you could lower one of this and it still maintains connection. And you could kind of split it in a weird fashion like that. It's one of those things that it doesn't really feel like it should work, but it does. This is actually feasible. It just kind of looks bad because you get this weird gap right there. Yeah, that works. It's really weird. You would not think that it would. So I was thinking about doing that here. Just because we have a little bit of a wide space. As long as the suit docks connect like that, and they're not floating, so, you know, it's disabled building, it would act as a connector. Very rarely would you want to do that, though. I might have a floating dock connecting 2 different rows. Check to see where they're pulling suits from. They still do the right to left thing, right? Alright, so this is gonna eventually vac, which is exactly what we want. That's chillin'. It should, yeah. So for where the checkpoint in, it should be like that. Okay, so bedroom, cool steam vent. I probably want to get suits that way. Suits here to go into this local space. We'll probably have suits going to the right side as well. So that means I probably just do the normal setup. Align this. And then... yeah, just do suits. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Wait, hold up. We do this... oh, we could do the Wheezewort strat here. Put the Wheezeworts on the side. Contact door, and then just pump out the water. Then it becomes the thing, what do we do with the water? Damn it, dude. Hot water sucks. What if the checkpoints... I haven't tested that out. It might work. But yeah, I have not played around with that yet, specifically. I think we'll be able to get the checkpoint here. Checkpoint, liquid lock. So we have that. Do this. Come on, Timo. Good stuff. Let's go through this way. Not stuck. Let's go. Alright, we dig all that out. Good stuff. Alright, so this ladder was just for us to travel here to get into the weird pocket space. If we wanted to go inside here still. I don't want to put the lock here. I kind of want to have it extended out. Ideally, I don't have this ladder here. But I might keep it to just do like a wall right here. Gas flow wall, maybe. And let's say we do this wall. Doesn't that mean this should be start of the liquid lock? We probably don't have the ladder there. Replace that with a tile. And then do that setup. And then this comes down here, and then we have this walling up there. It doesn't have to line up. That wouldn't be bad. We could also have this go left and then up. Just a little bit of lag. Let's run that in. This point, I probably do want to just dig all the abyssalite here if I can. Dig, dig. Do you know if there's an easy way to make chlorine? Kind of wanted to make bleachstone. Do you have gold? There's literally a building called Bleachstone Hopper. Salt and gold to produce bleachstone. Outside of that, you would need dartles. But the bleachstone hopper is probably the better method. I don't like dartles, man. I hate dartles. New meme. I hate dartles, but I like turtles. Yo, man, dartles are not the business, though, man. I'm gonna be real. Maybe I should just try the down DLC and check out the dartles, man. Dartles eat something called dewdrip. I think I have a plant here still. Right, it eats this dewdrip. That dewdrip needs brine. You get dewdrip. And then these guys eat said dewdrip and give you bleachstone. Brine ice. They want you to get the brine ice from these guys. And that's technically the proposed loop. You feed them dartles. They poop out brine ice after eating. You use that to fertilize the dewdrip, and the dewdrip feeds the dartles. When the game DLC came out, that was the big thing people were trying to figure out. A Rex Dartle Ranch, where you feed them live dartles. It's just like the most obvious thing you would imagine would be how you want to do it. It turned out to be mad jank, man. Lack of better words. The loop is self-contained and positive. It's a fun challenge to put together. Yeah, that's the thing. Is jank, man. It's a thing though. It's a thing. And do the works. But man, oh man, was there a time I was like, this shit sucks. Pardon my French, but that was not the business, man. I have a little compact design. I like it. How hard is it to stop the meteors? The normal gameplay, you get 200 cycles. If you do the lab map, like I'm playing, I'm on the lab map right now, you're supposed to tank it. So if you do the normal gameplay, they give you time. 200 cycles is actually a good amount of time. If you don't, it's a rush to build a perimeter. And then the sooner you get that done, the better, because all your geysers are going to erupt and they give you 12 volcanoes. So these volcanoes are going to pop open, and you hope Xeric doesn't die because of the volcanoes. Classic Xeric, though, you know? He gonna die, fam. We still got to give him a monument. We're going to give Xeric the Great Monument up top, next to his grave. The one thing I'm wondering is if there's going to be the, can we make the Great Monument look like Xeric's character? That's going to be what I'm going to try to do. He's already got the bionic dupe clothing. Put the tombstone up there. Oh no, bro. We're running out of oxygen. Alright, we might actually have to start pulling our own. Another thing we need to start doing is probably start deodorizing. We gotta start, fam. We gotta start doing it. No more ladder body, yep. And then properly get a ladder. Soon, boys, soon. Okay, so I think we are going to do same thing, 2 tile space on this side. And make that the corner of the base. We will do the ladder set here. And start setting up our perimeter. We could put the second suit exit here. But it probably makes more sense to have it closer to the bottom. So we know these are going to be suits. And then dig that out. And then these are going to be regular wire. Connected to that. We're going to need to start deodorizing the base. Start cleaning that up. A little bit of pea ice right there. The mixed gas flows. It's fine. All of that we want to pump up anyway, so it's all good. Gonna start trimming the abyssalite. I think that means we have to dig this down. Should be able to do all that. That way all the CO2 could spill through and we'd be able to pump everything up. Start setting that pea water there to move into the res. Okay, I do want to do the meme strat that we should have on the outside. Alright, we're going to start trimming this area because we should. Start digging through. Alright, there should be nothing that off gases here. Haven't fully checked. I guess we don't need to sweep. Just let them grab as they need to. Okay. Single dig. Second. All that's gonna be fine. We could go from the left side. This right side, we're gonna do this way. I should be able to reach everything. Another floating buried object. God damn it. We got 2 of those now. I mean, it's not gonna actually be a problem, so we should be okay. Let's dig through. And then we want to decon these tiles. Gas flow to the bottom should be better. Go down this way. So this is gone. Come down here to do the dig. Cool, cool. All right, how are we back at home? Everyone chilling over here, right? Everything's good? Bots are hanging out. This is at 37. Water is still trying to move out. Oh, we're out of water, fam. Alright, the water's at 21. It's still pretty cold. Let's do a 19. Let the water pass through a little bit better. This has been active 90%, dude, 97% of the time. It's just always running. 14 or 4 and 17. That is 13 degrees. Wow. Yo, man, the water, it's hard to cool down, dude. It really is. I really want to keep sweeping out some steel, but I know I shouldn't. Alright, another ton. Back to our lime machine. 7. 9 and 9. 9 and 9. You have to do something to do. We have 34 tons of sand still. Okay. That probably means we do salt here. 9 and 9. We have a lot of salt. Crush salt into sand. Free stuff. No more coal. No way. I mean, if it works, it works. We are going to run a lock the door setup. We're going to put coal here, sweep it. This is locked. Let's bump this up to a 7. And then we are going to be sweeping the coal. Consumable or coal. Right, so it's going to be from these ranches. And then all the coal is going to be swept there. Let's turn off coal delivery to this. That way they don't have to sweep it to the base. And then everything goes into here, which goes into the gens. And we want to continue burning it. Fungal spore. So we did dig through. It is really hot. Left side is pretty hot still. Okay, so let's go to automation. We're gonna decon these 1, 2, 3. We're gonna go here. So this tile, that tile, that allows us to go up. We're going to also go down this one. And then we are going to go 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to dig these 2, go up, dig these. This is going to give it access to this section where we can't reach. We're going to be able to climb down to the ladder. And then once we decon everything, all you got to do is disconnect the automation there. The automation wire is already going to get removed. And then this is already disabled. We're going to cool it down, I guess. And then we're going to start adding in some jobs for them if they're bored. Ice, ice, baby. Temp shift plates. Steam's going to fill in. That's all fine. Okay, last plastic tile. Remove the airflow, actually. Keep it even looking. Oh no, the pea waters. Yeah, that's a lot of water, man. Oh no, we overfilled. It's all part of the plan to add water on top of the polluted water so it stops off-gassing. Yep, totally legit. Okay, this got done. Do that later. Still pumping. Let's build this out. Let's ladder up. Gas pumpage. This is clear. This is clear. Jump, jump. Let's dig through this way. Easy pumpage. Alright, once we establish inside and outside, the big thing we're going to want to do is moving out the polluted dirt. Oh! Back at home. Oh, we still have a lot of pea dirt in the bins. I was going to say, we could just send it back home so the sea comb could eat it and the fish gets fed. But we have so much sea comb, we can't do anything with it. What does phyto oil become? You could get CO2 and algae from burning it. Wow. We could make an algae machine. Wow, we could make an algae machine. Wow, we could make an algae machine? Huh. Free algae at 75 degrees. What would I need the algae for, though? Realistically, nothing. Make biodiesel if we get bleachstone? I guess we could make it. And then that becomes tallow? God damn it, dude. We have no other used pea dirt, though. Alright, so... we will ranch pokies. I can't believe I'm actually going to do this. We're going to make an area just to feed them the pea dirt. Okay, so where do we want to do this? We should probably do it left side, where we have a lot of free suits a lot of times anyways. Everyone's using it right now to sweep the coal, but otherwise it would not be that bad. So here, we could invert one of these rooms and do it. I do think here might make the most sense though. Right, in this little crawl space. Alright, can we dig that? Can we dig this? Dig out the bottom. We'll get a little bit of bleachstone and move it out too. We do have a lot of just free space here that we could just utilize. Okay, that got done out. We are still digging that. The slugs are still hanging out. It's nighttime. This is a good time to hunt them. Hey man, I'm I'm a hoarder of natural tiles, dude. I am. I'll be hoarding the natural tiles. Okay, mop. Yeah, man, we haven't touched the magma yet. We really need to. Take my sweet time with that. Okay. Deodorizers are online, trying to work. Still moving out the pea water. I really do think moving out the pea dirt here might be the play. So we will allow the pea dirt to be moved out. We will try to do the weird setup that I'm thinking we could do here. And then we can just feed the pea dirt to the pokies. Do a pokey drop system and all should work out. Okay, the pea dirt's gonna be fine. I might as well set this up as well. Just because we're gonna have a lot of mud. Okay. Dude's still sleeping on the floor, man. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. Okay, so we want this to be part of the outside. Kind of. And then we need to put a ceiling from here. Okay, so let's dig that. Mop up the water. Probably let that spill, actually. We know it's gonna be like this. And then probably like that. Dig these two. Dig this out. We gotta clear the space. Doing, boys. We're gonna free the sulfur. There's a lot of ways we could deal with this. We could instead of solidifying the magma, take our time and do the jankest strat, which I might actually want to do. No, we probably shouldn't. I was like, we could technically infinite spill the magma into a corner. I'm like, wait, infinite's banned. So technically not allowed. What would be the best way to deal with the magma? Cool it down and then dig it out, and then we could feed it to the hatches. We could do the magma condenser strat and feed that to the hatches like we did on the first planet and just import some stone hatch eggs. Dude, that could be the play. Do a magma condenser setup. Yeah, the heat spike's not... I'm not considering that. It's going to be too slow. Okay, I kind of like that idea. Alright, let's dig out everything that's not abyssalite. Move everything out. A little bit of water is fine. It's ice melting, classic. We gotta mop up the waters though. I think we do what we did with the hatches. I just feel like this makes so much sense. I feel like we need to, not even a question of if we should. I think we just need to. Everything else I feel like just gonna be way too slow. Okay, dig these. Okay, so this is just a tile space. Doesn't really matter where we put the other setup. The water should be lukewarm. Just get some deodorizers, I feel like, would be good enough. More ranching we gotta do though, right? Should be fine. Alright, we'll do this just for the potential of getting upgrades later. Get that set up. I'll likely want to connect this through, so we bop these two. Which should be fine. Okay, cool. We'll come back to that. Non-stop mops. Goddamn. Okay, a lot of the bad gases are finally getting bopped out. Probably do this setup so the gases slip down. Pea water here is expected from earlier. Let's run this outside. Because we know we need to do the setup. Just in case. We're going to seal this area up. Let's get the ladder. All the water's still spilling. Yeah, this is almost done. Still gotta wait to pump. This is going to be pea dirt to mud forever. We have 117 tons. Got to start burning that. So we really don't need this active anytime soon. How did natty gas fill this up? Hey, man. What the heck? Did we just get a single tile of natty gas fill everything up? Is there a gas leak? Something don't look right, man. What the hell is this? Who farted, man? That's what I'm trying to find out. Stinky, man. It's always stinky. Dude, seriously, how did we get this filled up with natty gas? It was only oxygen and polluted oxygen earlier. While the gas does expand, this feels like this is kind of dramatic. Either way, we digging. My dupes be farting all the time. Don't know who be doing it though. There's no world where my natty gas liquefies. There's no way we got sniped by a meteor. Dude, where does this come from, man? I guess it is what it is. There were too lightheaded to clamp the pipe, keeping natty gas in. So you're saying it's a loose grip. The grip is a little loose. Maybe, man. I need to find out though. We are gonna have a lot of water. Let's get a bottle filler here too. That way if we need bottled water, we'll have it. The only thing we need bottled water for is just liquid locks. Outside of that, there's nothing we really need it for. We'll probably use that as a liquid medium later, especially with all the ice we have. We're still mopping. I need to clean up the area as well. Pick up the plants. Otherwise, the food might eventually rot inside the vacuum. Should be pretty good. Pretty good. Waiting for this to get done up so we could just mine this out. I guess we should dig out this side. We're leaving the abyssal light there on the cold, so it stays cold. Okay, otherwise, it's pretty good. We're taking our time, though. We could just have this part here. But I feel like having it part of the outside also makes sense. And then we just do an inside-outside setup here. Autosave. Okay, so at the bottom, we're going to start setting up, getting into the magma. it makes sense to start using this space as our liquid lock entry. I am going to go here. And then the thing I will do is 2 tiles there, and then we do it like that. 2 tiles there. So if the water spills in, it will stop spilling into our lock. It's the thing that's kind of annoying about this. We need to start setting up a perimeter. Pulling this up. Digging that out. Sweat corn, sure. Then we're going to put water here. We're going to sweep everything out, and then we're going to want to vacuum. Simple setup. And then probably run the power from that line. Yeah. Right, we're going to bop the gas pump here, because a lot of the gas got lowered already. We'll eventually start pumping out some of the other stuff, but we're full storage for now. Let's get that in, and then we'd start getting into the magma shenanigans. So, we want to do magma jank. I might do a forbidden strat. I think we do the forbidden strat. It makes too much sense to not attempt it right now. Let's get water here. Let's not auto bottle, so they're just picking up water off the floor, and then we'll try to fill this up. That way all the bottles get cleaned up finally. Bottle here, mud spinning. Okay, I guess we get started here. These items we want to pull out. These items we want to pull out. Oh, we didn't do the... There it is. Oh, we didn't do the other dig. Once we get water here, we're going to want as much as we can so we don't do anything accidental. Okay, the forbidden strat. We could start making a lot of this while we're still sweeping and pumping, because we're not going to go into the bottom yet. The forbidden strat. Let's do these first. So we're going to do something that's really jank, for lack of better words. The reason why it's going to be jank is we're going to rely on automation. Okay, so it's probably going to be... We will have to decon some tiles here. That's fair. Let's do a little uprooting real fast. We could still reach, even if we dig that. Alright, so it's gonna be really weird, but it should work. It's just gonna be a prep job. So the first thing we'll do is we're probably gonna dig down here, and then we're going to connect these two areas. Is likely gonna be the play. And the logic is simple. We are just going to separate the pools of magma. So that left side and right side aren't connected. So it's easier for us to kind of clear out the space. We're not going to deal with the entire core. We're just going to deal with like part of the right side. That being said, we're probably... This is very like fine print status though. Like this might be illegal strat, not allowed in our playthrough. But I feel like this technically doesn't count. Feels bad, man. How come no one's doing this? Bits of water, not bad. Okay. Still moving out a bunch of stuff. What else are the dupes doing? There shouldn't be too much that they're doing right now. That's getting piped in directly. That's for the natty gas from the bottom. Maybe moving P dirt to the sweepers, probably what they're doing a lot of. Us sending back CO2. This is set up, so we could technically seal this. Ooh, this is ready. Let's go. Okay, 3, trim 2, do the 4s, these are gone. We do want to get rid of this decon. Floating locker, magic locker, we're just going to keep it there, boys. Totally normal. Just a magic locker box. Okay, also start pumping here. We technically have a liquid lock. Y'all ever watch the Magic Locker? It was a bootleg version of the Magic School Bus. It was about this nerd who gets shoved into the locker, and then he would wake up in another world. But at the end of every episode, it turns out he just passed out on impact and he was dreaming. And then he would wake up at the end of the school day and just leave the locker and go home. Mad bootleg. How come no one does his job? What's happening here? That locker lives there now. He's claiming the space. The room size is too big, though. So, no, it's not getting no room bonus. Mop it up, fam. Alright, trim that. $80 grams. Where's my wheel runners? They'll do it one of these days. Alright, there we go. This took forever to actually get done for some reason. Mop this up. No wheel power. I mean, they're trying, man. So I guess doing the sludge press is kind of a problem. because they're constantly doing that, sweeping to here. No one's running the wheel. It's not a lot of other jobs though. I mean, I guess everyone is sweeping this, which is why it's kind of time consuming. I guess we let them work. The reason why we want to move the items out is because we're going to be digging out a lot of this into the magma core. And we really don't want anything going inside, melting, creating an element that's liquid. Or gas. Gas would be the worst. And then the liquid pushes up the magma. Or if we get a gas, it's likely to happen because of the 1500 degrees Celsius. It's going to touch the water with the hot gas and then boil it, and then we have a bad time. So we just want to clean it up, be safe. They don't make it be like it is, but it do. Okay, so it's likely we're gonna want this. And then obsidian tiles here. This shouldn't be hard. And then we'll do the lead in here is going to be probably also obsidian. We'll do it like that. And then we'll do the obsidian here. And then we'll run a proper ladder here. That should be out of obsidian. Okay, blossoms. How are we with the temp shift plates? Cannot be controlled manually. Oh, that sucks. Alright, let's just decon it then. Feels bad. Oh, dude, look at this. All the ice has chilled this corner. But because it's touching a vacuum, none of the heat is getting distributed that well. Look at how green that is, dude. We could just spill that into the body of water. But these tiles, though, staying hot. So we're gonna run some jank like this. Cobalt tile contacts. And it's gonna start cooling the top space. Okay, a lot of this water is also a pain too. Steam, non-steam. Okay, this is probably fine. We're gonna go 3, 2, 1. Fill this up with water. Here, we're just gonna go down. And then we're just gonna dig out some of that space. Let the water spill. Do the same thing here. Let the water spill. Same thing here. Let the water spill. Spill this out. This is at 85. That's not too bad. This is at 100 though. So I'm thinking that might boil it. Having the water there is good. This area does want to get chilled out. Already cooling. This used to be at 116. Damn, that's fast. Cooling capabilities of contact, man. Let's go. Good stuff, good stuff. Still working, still working. Alright guys, I gotta use the restroom really fast. Really fast. I'm in. Relocate. Let's get it in. CO2 is getting pumped. Okay, so we're gonna do cobalt's probably okay. We probably should use steel. All right, I think I might actually want to do insulated here. This tile shouldn't matter. We also probably want to get a door set up here. And then we're gonna have to sweep again. I will probably use the obsidians. I'm not that worried. Okay, dump the gas. Let them work, let them pump. No one got stuck here, let's go. So this is always getting power, a little bit of oxygen struggle. Looks like the O2 here is having a little bit of time distributing. Not that one, it is this one. I see. A lot of breathing going on, it looks like. Oh, the chlorine's full, but that's empty. Okay, I never connected this. There we go. Got the pass-through setup. Chlorine to feed the plants. Alright, we got this here too. Start worrying about. These two could be bopped. They're walking on this to get up for now. We'll come back to that. Dig. Tile. Man, we really gonna mess up this guy's room, huh? Let's sweep out those items. Everything could be on the floor. We'll fix that later. Autosave lag. Here. Alright, I do think we do give these guys a low room setup. It's eventually going to be on this level. It's just too much goddamn liquids. I guess we could start trimming this. Not a bad idea. So 2, 2, 2. Let them dig. This is looking nice. Let's get that there. Okay, now we could start thinking about this setup. I think we just use iron here. We do the 3 iron setup. And then we do these 4 removed. I think we do 2. Or maybe it's 1, 1 like that. Or maybe we do 6. Move this out to here. And then we do the motion sensor. This side. Okay, we run iron doors here, here, here. For trimming's sake, we could start digging that setup. How does this work? This was the OG setup that I think was popular when the content creator on YouTube, I forget his name, wanted to make a way to stack up liquids infinitely so that they could off-gas it. And they came up with a concept of locking dupes out. And then someone took it and made it more efficient. That's going to be what we're doing. It's a weird setup where the idea is actually pretty simple. We have the dupe here, and that stops the motion sensor. When they move it open, the motion sensor is going to detect them and then lock the door. That's going to stop them from being able to finish the job. And since they can't finish the job, they leave. And then the magma falls through to the bottom. So the big thing is just making sure they reset. So I believe you need a NOT gate here. Right? And it revolves around the fact that if their pathing gets broken anytime mid-job, they reset and stop doing that task and look for a new one. So what we do is we make them stop here. When they come in to do the job, they're going to wait, this opens, and then they're going to get detected once they're inside. Once they're on these tiles, this door starts locking. And then the magma falls down. They shouldn't be able to pick it up from the top, so we're going to lock this up right here. So they're going to go down, pitcher pump magma, bring it up, and start stacking the magma. Nothing's actually going to be here. All the magma is going to be in this room. And that should be how that plays out. Should. Keyword. Should. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. But I'm thinking it's going to work pretty well. 93. Dude, 61. This used to be at 112. Contact's amazing. This used to be a lot cooler too, but it's still pretty good. Water dug out. Let's go. We could do all this. Let the waters spill and then hit the floor. All right, you see that? It's getting hot. Okay. I don't really need to chill this down, so we're just gonna dig that out, let it spill. Alright, this is chillin'. And then we're gonna, we're gonna try to cool down this left side. Okay, we need to make sure not to add too much water. We still want a lot though. So this is ready. Want to make sure that it's completely out of range. It should be already out of range. We're just gonna add a little bit more just in case. And of course we need to remove all the gas. That's gonna be the big thing. So bottles of water fall through the pneumatic door, which is why we have this here. It's not going to stay on the floor. It's going to fall down. Okay, lower the water level down a little bit. Okay. A little bit of diagonal stuff. So how we do this is eventually we're going to click magma. And then we're going to put pitcher pumps here. And that's going to allow us to slowly start siphoning magma from the bottom. So what we're going to need to do is create a little space here to ladder down. Put a wall here so that when we start hollowing this out, we have empty vacuum space, right? Empty vacuums. That way we could actually put a floating pitcher pump inside. We'll probably have to go to the bottom and dig this out so the magma falls down. But we want to be sure not to connect anything. I might need to put some tiles here. Because technically this should be overpressured. But I don't know if I want to risk it. We're going to get sulfur gas and then we lose. Oh shit. Alright, a little bit of contact heat. That's not really ever going to be a problem. We'll be able to pump it out by then. Alright, liquid spill, looking healthy. Let all the liquid spill inside. This is still really hot, huh? Okay. All the ice. Why not? Trapped. Fake trapped. Boo the fake trap. Scared me for no reason. Dang, we're just digging this lower. Fake trap, man. Usually trap is like, oh no, bro. But for some reason this time it was, okay, that's not bad. What the heck was that, man? Okay. Now we seal this up, dig this down. And then we just go straight down. 344. So there shouldn't be auto bottle, so it's picking up random bottles on the floor from mopping. So that's good. We clean up a lot of the random entities on the map, like these bodies of water. We're still sending back pea dirt. We're still spitting the mud. It's good stuff. These are still pulling out pea water. I guess we're not anymore because all the pea water is pulled out. This is cold, so we might not want to do that. So it's gonna be here then. Alright, that way we could pitcher pump water to still add into here. We're just gonna run this through to empty out the reservoir so that we could just convert it all into oxygen. Still waiting. Getting that gas pump. Moving in the waters. You guys might be wondering why so much water. It's because of the fact that if we accidentally pull out something hot, the tile of the mask gets calculated as item gets pulled through. So, you know, hopefully it doesn't evaporate into steam. Like, even if something bad like that happens, we're just trying to make sure it's not that bad. Alright. So it's allowed to open because there's no dupe. And then the moment they open the door, walk in, gets dropped. Cool. It's gonna be how we get that started. Sweep these. Spit in the mud. It's not really high priority, which is fine. Sending back the pea dirt. Should be good times. Little bit of stuff there. Tiles are getting built. Let's go. How? Oh, there's no oxygen. That's how he's trapped. There's no oxygen for the suits. Oh, I see now. All right, even if it's temporary, we're gonna have to do this. Even if it's temporary. My man just peed himself. They're trapped at the suit checkpoint because it's too many dupes and the line isn't filling up the suits fast enough. Everyone's just making a mess like it's first grade and it's cool. These guys. Alright, run that in. Oh, we didn't build this part yet. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna cut it randomly. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're gonna be the highest use 5. And then we're gonna fill this backwards. Okay, we have to give it some time, but it should work out a little bit faster. Okay, I thought we had the vac. Still waiting. Alright, finally gonna dig this open. It's gonna ruin this guy's bedroom. And we gotta get this bedroom started as well. We could put a third line in to feed in the middle suits where it's having problems. But this backside line should help it recoup backwards. The only problem is that, yeah, they dock in front. In time, though, they'll be free. Oh, the pea water's coming out pretty good. Not bad. Oh, now it's all chlorine. Yeah, it looks like it's just taking turns filling this up so that the vacuum is actually happening. Not bad. We just got to give it a little bit of time. Wait for the vac. New printables. Oh, it's a little baby pup. Goes on the first planet. Okay, I hate to do this. We gotta do a culling. Made a mess. Classic. Classic suit problems. It's getting there soon. Alright, the one thing I'm a little worried about is the fact that we could get really hurt fighting the dinosaurs. I mean, they're dinosaurs. However, the upside is when one of them dies, they all go try to eat. So it's like win-win. They just know there's gonna be food soon. So many freaking dinos. We got to do a population culling though. We have to. We still haven't finished sweeping the coal yet either. That's kind of crazy. Oh, the lag. Gilbert's getting beat up by the foxes. Dude, they're just all shooting laser beams. Just 8, boys. So a little bit more Floxes, a little bit more of the Rexes. We just have so many. Dude, Gilbert's like almost gonna die. He needs to go to the hospital beds. We killed 50 of them. It's offensive, hey man. There's too many microplastics in the dupes. You know how they be, man. They only eat free-range meat. That's grass-fed. So they're not about the dupe life. Too many microplastics, man. Alright, we're still waiting for the vac there. Okay, this is nice. They call it tainted meat. They call it long pig. Guys, I have to tell you the story. My homie in chat, his name is Goldorak. And you guys probably don't know this. Me and Goldorak used to work together at Subway. So one of these days, we was at the Subway. You know, we were making sandwiches. So what had happened was that I was like, you know, I was training him. And then he thought he was ready. He thought. So I was like, you could handle the online orders. I'll be at the front. He's like, yeah. So he was chilling. And what happened was that he started making the sandwich. I was like, okay, cool. He looks like he knows what he's doing. He's making the sandwich on time. Got the order in. We got a little slip of paper. And he did the weirdest thing. So y'all know. All right. First things first. I didn't really watch him do the thing, and it was kind of slow. So I just let him make a sandwich. So the customer comes in, opens up the sandwich, and he complains about it. I look at the sandwich, and I was baffled. So you guys know how Subway sandwiches are, right? It's a foot long. It's a long sandwich. Apparently, the guy that wanted the sandwich said cut it the long way. So Goldorak cuts it down the middle like this. and the sandwich ends up looking like two long slabs like that. I was like, oh my god, this guy, dude, I can't believe he done this. He cuts the Subway sandwich down the middle, and it clearly said cut it the long way. We had to teach Goldorak how geometry works. He was supposed to cut it like this. The long way is the triangle, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was supposed to cut it diagonally. He did not know the long way is this way. Feels bad, man. So I had to remake the sandwich and cut it that way for the guy. It was a weird order, though, I will have to say. But yeah, man, that was the day I met Goldorak. Cut the sandwiches down the middle the wrong way. We went. Yeah, I was gonna be like, man, that shit fly over everybody's head. No one knows what I'm talking about. Oh man. Nah, man. Sometimes at sandwich places, you'll get an order. Oh shit! I'm so happy I caught this. Oh my god, we almost debated ourselves. Too much water. Where does water come from? There's no auto bottom on this. Yo, that's not good. We need to get rid of this water. Alright, I got an idea. Then we mop both sides. There we go. There we go. Works out, works out. There we go. Full liquid lock. No extra water on the side. Good stuff. Still pumping, huh? Alright, man. I think it'll take some time. I think we'll be okay, though. We'll be set up for next time. So, of course, people of chat. It is going to be time for us to wrap things up for the night. So we got the natty gas gathers in. We're getting ready to do the water geyser. With the storage ready, natty gas is sealed up. Gas reservoir set up. Power tower of power. Starting to get some bedrooms. Getting rid of the pea water. And we're going to be cracking into the magma layer core soon. Still waiting for the vac, but, you know, we should be fine. And guys, it is going to be time for us to get that saving. Looking pretty good right now, man. So, of course, people of chat. Part 24